Hello! Welcome back to Pen and Sword. We're so back. An extremely professional Dungeons and Dragons actual play show. Thank you for being here, for attending. We're gonna get right into things. First of all, though, I must announce. I lied last week. We don't have a guest. I fucked it up. I'm very good at coordinating these things. I take it back! But it's okay, I fixed it. That whoever was here is not here anymore. Retconned, erased. We're good. Moving forward. Right back into a little bit of a recap for everyone. We started last we were together, meeting at on the outside base camp of the Shattengrod sinkhole, where you met with Marai Seams, the kind of head of the Cobalt Soul expedition here. You were brought in to meet with him by question, spoke about the kind of state of things here, kind of warned you to avoid the Cerberus assembly, to look out for bullets, spiders, purple worms, and the assembly, really. Noted that there might be other settlements and such in the ruins, gave you a map of what they've gotten to so far, gave you some climbing gear, told you to be careful. You were also kind of told that on their side of their sort of um, expedition into the city, they'd only gotten as far as the third residential district, right? They explained that there were three residential districts that they had kind of found so far, translated from Old Zemnian as the Skyward districts. They were in the third and were having trouble progressing due to what seemed to be an overabundance of bullets in the area. But visible from that area, and a place that they were kind of targeting to look into, was what they, based on other stuff they had dug up in the residential areas, what was known as the Heimnisvolum, or the Arcanium, a sort of small place of magical learning, study, lecture, and the like, that they were kind of shooting for and trying to get to. When you descended, you used the map you were given to actually reach that third Skyward district, Nimra keeping their own map as you went, and shooting yourselves also for this Arcanium. As you navigated through the city, the temperature got colder. You started looking for a place to shelter in after getting as much travel as your legs could manage in a day. You found what looked to be a decently defensible structure to use as shelter, one of the very many tall skyscraper-like buildings that seemed to litter the ruins here. And just as you were going to go inside, surprise bullets, and also a magma bullet, a big fiery one, which swallowed Huxley. But we beat them. We got all of them. Safe and sound. A little trauma later.
Mhm.
Fight over. You retired into this skyscraper-like structure and poked around a bit before bed. Navigating up its floors, you found a ledger full of locations and dates. Due to some of your ability to recall what you know of the past, you know this is clearly from an older time period, the continent of Taldori, referred to as Guasar. That is very out of date, and the dates sort of align with what is the pre uh, post divergence timeline, where the years reset. It's very obvious that it's a Age of Arcanum, if not earlier, dated text. And though there wasn't much specific information within, you found a safe with a rather unique looking dagger inside, tested it for any kind of foul play by having Scoot attuned to it. He said he felt fine, so Mal attuned to it, and you gained the use of the core cut dagger. And further found, even up higher, what looked to be an old spellbook, mostly damaged beyond repair, but containing legible enough information for you to eventually copy over the spell Plane Shift, as well as a prototypal, unfinished version of what is mechanically Reality Break, though narratively unnamed spell built on strange new magic. And then piled into a cuddle pile and took our watches, Mal hearing quite a bit of chittering and movement outside and up and down the building, very much set on edge and uncomfortable, though it came and went. And then Huxley and Seal having a bit of conversation, hearing a bit of that chittering themselves, and hearing distant sounds of explosions far off and away. And then Mel and Seal sharing a bit of time on watch as well, wherein they heard those same distant explosions and saw flashes of light in the distance, where if you scale to the top of this skyscraper you were in, you would see that the lights kind of lit up along the edge of a very, very large sinkhole in the distance. And we'll pick up now as Foundry shits itself on me. Thank you for interrupting me. That's very rude. As you awake, rise, still in the dark, but on a new day, getting ready to continue your trek deeper into the city. Speaking of, I don't know if it kicked you all out, but it's open again. It didn't like shut down. It just, I don't know what it did. But if you got kicked out, you can go back in. Anyway, we're gonna go. You are all awake and rested and gathered here in this structure, still so far safe. What would you like to do?
Did I miss hearing saying that we're all awake now?
Yes, because you are all awake now.
I'm making camping coffee. We're going to be underground. We're going to have coffee.
Fair.
Oh. I guess if anybody is going to start making plans for the day, I think Nimra would probably go up and confer, maybe bring up the map that they've been drawing, bring it up in like the center for people to see, make notes, commentate on.
How far did you get yesterday?
You would have successfully at least mapped your entire path down here. There was a little bit of looping, as was described, where while Nimra was focused on the map, Huxley was navigating and kind of looped you around a little bit. But eventually you did find your way here. Oh, was it Seal?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
it was Seal. You feel bad.
It's not just my incompetency.
My bad. And led you in a bit of a circle, but you did map it all successfully enough. You could, if needed, use it to backtrack your way out. But as is, not knowing how big any of these areas are, you can't really say how far in you are, just that you know the way back.
I'm unsure of how deep in the caverns we are, though after looking out last night about atop the highest point of the structure that we could realistically get to, I did see in the distance, with Scoot's help, a whole cavern closer to the center of what I presume to be the center of the city.
I saw that also last night. Like, going way up there is a big old hole out there. That seems bad.
Might be where we would like to focus our attention to next.
Okay.
Well, at least it's a big landmark, so can't be that hard to find.
So our plans to push in that direction and then what? Just kind of look around there, or are we going in the hole? Do we even know what we're really looking for?
Question, did you see anything last night?
You see her, like, putting a small stuffed bear back in her bag. Huh?
Oh.
Sorry. I did. I did have another dream about it. It wasn't very, like, clear. I did see it again, though, so I think we're moving in the right direction. But it wasn't like last time where it was super clear when I was real close. I saw the book mostly, but the rest around it was very hazy. I'm not sure why. I don't really know how this works, so...
I mean, it may not be an exact science.
Probably not. It is dreaming. It's usually not very exact.
So we're probably not very close. But maybe on the right
Well,
track.
I don't know. We are probably on the right track, but I don't really have a large sample size to compare this to, so I'm not sure if this works the exact same way every time or not.
The closer we get to other notable landmarks, I can continue to cast a spell that might help us locate the object in question. It has a
Yes.
radius of around... Do I want to say this in
1,000
meters?
feet.
No. I was going to try to convert it to meters.
Oh,
but
meters, okay.
No, I don't know
On
if
the
we want
fly
to...
like that?
I was going to try to. It's not
I
even
mean, we
that
can assume
difficult.
Nimra did. Do it. Look it up. Do it.
Feet to meters should be... It's 3 feet, 1 meter. Yeah, about... I figured it would be around 300 meters. 304 to be exact. It's just one... It's just 3 feet, 1 meter.
Is it
1,000
exactly
feet.
3 feet?
Not exactly. It's
Oh.
roughly.
It's close,
It's like
though.
off,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Close enough.
I'm
Point
taking
being-
the engineer's approach in which they approximate everything. You want to know what
Yeah.
pi is for engineers?
The
Just
3.
3. Yeah, they just do 3. They don't care 3.14.
Close enough.
Yeah, it's just 3. It's close.
Maybe I should be an engineer. I kind of like that.
That really depends. Listen, I work with a lot of engineers. It really depends on the engineer.
I'm a chemist, so we like having everything as exact as possible, but I'm not doing sig figs right now. It's fine. I don't need to. Nimra can. We can pretend that Nimra rattled off to the decimal point, but the player is not going to do that.
Okay, nerds. So that established. So then are we just going to keep walking and you're going to like ping that every once in a while and be like, or no, you said every time we get to somewhere that looks important, like a landmark
Correct.
that is very smart. That's why you're here. Very good. Okay. Who's in? I will be in the middle again. I am ready to be in the middle.
So are we going towards those buildings that we saw, or straight into the hole?
I don't want to go in the hole if we can avoid going in the hole. Personally, we can save the hole diving for another time. Like, not right now.
I guess it maybe depends on what's going on in the hole.
I guess.
Do
Can we check the places around the hole that look important before we go in the hole? That's all I'm voting for.
do we all have climbing apparatuses, gear to make that excursion easier?
You should. Morai gave it to everyone. We should all have some.
I think the better question is how many of us are equipped physically and spiritually to descend using said apparatus.
That's a fair question.
I have no problem with it.
Should have no
Yeah,
issue.
I'm good.
All
Really?
right, just me. Gotcha. I am.
Nimra, you'll be fine climbing, like scaling like that? Let me see
Almost
your
certainly.
biceps.
Nimra
Actually, you
taking
can,
out.
You can play your partner. We'll color together.
Nimra goes through, removes layers upon layers of clothing covering their arms, and flexes.
Forgot about that. Is
And
it impressive?
It probably looks above average, at least. There's definition. They use a longbow, so there has to be at least some definition in their upper arms and specifically their biceps.
Oh, that's more than I was expecting. Okay, cool. Pretty banging for like a fish alien. All right, so now, are we just doing this? Should we make any sort of preparations before we keep going? Or, I mean, what can we do? Is there any way we can avoid attracting those bullets again? Huxley almost got eaten.
Likely
I mean,
not.
It's fine.
We
I
can stay
actually-
quiet.
There's one thing I can do. Miss Question,
Yes.
I would like for you to sign my book.
Oh.
You want my signature? That's so cute. I'm not famous or anything, but okay, I will if you want.
Yes, for future reference, but also
Okay.
for your protection, just in case.
Oh, is it like a magic book?
Yes, it's a magic book.
That's very exciting. Okay. And she'll put her name in it.
I have an additional, since I didn't realize our proficiency bonus went up, so I can add one more person to my sending thing, and also one more person to my save from dying that one time thing. So,
Good.
if somebody else wants to sign it and have perpetual sending with just Huxley,
That's always
know?
useful.
I actually think the vast majority of people who have signed my book for that are either not in the party or are NPCs that we do not communicate with regularly.
Yeah.
I think Mal's the only person here, and the other three are Elixian, Fennel, and Terrace.
You are correct.
Oops.
Might be relevant someday.
I think Huxley would feel bad to be like, I don't communicate with any of these people. I should just delete.
Erase
It's
it.
like deleting old contacts. You're like going through your phone. And you're like, oh, did I work with this person 8 years ago? Delete.
Exactly.
Hey, it's only been
That's a mood.
it's only been like a year for you guys. So
Yeah.
give him a break. How does this work? Can I send to you?
I just had her sign for the whatchamacallit, the
Oh, the dying
death
thing.
ward. Yeah, the death ward.
Oh, I can't talk to you. Okay.
Unless she wants,
I don't
Can be
care. It's up
helpful.
to you.
we can discuss it while you have a free slot. I mean, there's also I could technically delete old contacts.
No, it's okay. What if they're relevant or something later? It's okay. We can we're right next to each other right now, so I'm sure it's okay. I will stand away from the edge of the big hole.
Please
so I
do.
don't fall in.
Probably makes sense for Seal or Nimra to sign that last spot for the Eternal Sending. One of the two would be very useful.
Yeah, I have to initiate it, but when we go back and forth, it's forever.
Okay. That's signed off. Is it safe to assume that we're going to pack up and head out? Yes?
Will we be going in the same marching order as yesterday? Oh, excuse me. Scoot,
Yeah. What's up?
can you... I will need your vision yet again.
You got it. Little spider in
And
his
then
face.
Nimra closes their eyes and is now seeing 8.
And speaking of, feel free to take your tokens as they are, and put them in whatever. Since I'm gonna just keep this little map up, put your tokens in whatever marching order you want.
No. No. Stop.
Gosh. Okay, cool. There we go.
Presume Rick will be in the front. Question will sit somewhere in the middle. Feel free to position yourselves how you want. Wait, you're not. It says none of you are in here.
Interesting. I'm in
I'm
there.
grabbing and dragging my
Oh, yeah,
token, and
it's
it's
not letting-
snapping back to where it was, but it
Yeah.
leaves the little
Refresh.
movement pattern.
Everybody
which is
refresh.
interesting.
Oh yeah, it says
Everybody
none of us
refresh
are
it.
in here. How odd.
That's weird.
Oh yeah, it wants me to log back in.
Oopsie. You know when you
Yes.
said that Foundry had a little bit of a fucky wucky?
Yeah, I guess that
It did.
solves
It
that.
did indeed.
I'm not Huxley.
Would you like to be?
That sounds like a threat. Who would you like to be?
So when we were initially all logging in, once everything was set up, I went to this, and then I almost logged in as Ruby because I also use Foundry on that end. I was like, okay, yeah, GM. Oh fuck, nope,
That's
not
why
this
I
one,
have a
not this one.
That was the reason I put a password on it.
Yeah, that's real as
Okay,
fuck.
none of my notes are there, so it's fine. Foundry's just a fucking mess of stuff everywhere.
Does
There we
Nimra
go.
have
Okay.
2 seeing eyes right now?
got Scoot so they could actually see, and then Seal to actually be useful for whatever Scoot is not useful for.
Potentially useful.
Man, if only Scoot could cast Aid on you. Or aid you, but Nimra literally needs to be able to see. That would be the very useful thing.
I'm guessing we're gonna be something like this.
Maybe. Foundry's not loading for me.
Okay.
Conversely, if
We'll
we
go
had a
with it.
little, Does Mal have guidance?
I do.
Oh,
Yes. I
both?
believe
There-
so. Yes.
We've got 2 guidances here.
I always forget I have it.
Me too.
We'll just toss it.
Says the cleric.
It's one of my favorite spells because it's so useful all the time.
I've played in a lot of games where GMs have been like, no guidance allowed, because people
Mhm.
used it for everything.
Grow the fuck up. That's what it's for, dude.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
To be fair,
No
it's
playing
really
the game.
funny.
Nah.
It's funny to imagine, like, in context when you're like, say for example, you're trying to sneak and the cleric casts guidance on the rogue. You got some little bit of magic having to physically be said out loud to
Yeah,
make the
I
rogue
mean,
sneakier. I love
That
that.
is the thing. That is
Yeah.
a relevant
Mhm.
thing to consider, but like that's how you balance those things. Grow up.
Yeah.
You can't use
Yeah.
that spell cuz I don't like it. Fuck you, buddy. I'm
That's
putting my
why
fucking hair up early.
I
This
need
shit
a little
sucks. It is
guard
so
Ruby
hot in
to
here.
like
Oh my
follow
God.
me around into situations where I'm uncomfortable. Just to handle the uncomfortable for me.
real as fuck.
Yeah.
So real.
I just let things happen.
Yeah.
My fucking loose little bangs hanging like this. I look like a 3rd grader. Look at this, terrible. Oh my god.
It's so cute. What do you
It's
mean?
really cute.
Fuck
I
off,
like
you
it.
guys. It's
That's
not
how
gonna
I
get
wear-
you anywhere.
Okay, ouch. That's how I wear my hair.
Feeling-
Ouch.
it looks fine on you, okay? It's different.
No, I think it looks fine on you. It looks great. on you.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Keep
There
it
we
up. I
go.
will just add temporary HP to enemies. All right.
Okay. I fucking guess.
No being mean, no
Yikes.
glazing me either. Both will get you in trouble. Anyway, it's fine.
No compliments
Being nice?
allowed.
No compliments allowed. That's right.
Liking my friends,
I
enjoying
know.
my friends.
Mhm.
Crazy.
No being nice to our friends allowed.
It's
Yeah,
true.
fuck. I guess.
GM rule.
It's against the rules to be nice to each other. Only inter-party conflict is allowed.
You know what? I can
Anywho.
get behind that.
Who is rolling the d20 today?
Well, I rolled it last week, and we saw how well that went.
True.
So
I
I
will
vote
roll it.
not me.
Because I got eaten last week, and if I'm gonna get eaten this week, it'll be my own fault.
That's the spirit.
Stop. Boink. That's a 4. I feel like that's very close to what we rolled last week.
Roll me a d12.
I'm getting eaten again. Where'd you go?
Let's go.
What does a d12 look like this? We'll use this one. Boink. That's also a 4.
Yeah, let's go. Bulette round 2.
Yeah!
Boogaloo.
Yeah.
There's 2 magma bullets.
That's what I like to hear.
So, as you start to head out back into the cold of the city and begin to navigate again, go ahead and whoever's leading at the front, go ahead and give me a survival check, please.
Just so you know, if we want to, we can also have Rick provide help and give Seal advantage.
I can't really
Mm.
see. Oh, I do have. If you want my torch, I can have my torch on. Otherwise, it might be a bit bright, but I can still see. I think his accent's so different the last time I did it. It's fine. Do we want the torch on or off? Do we want to risk the light? Oh, if I don't have light, I can't help. I can see.
What do we think?
So, I mean, the light probably won't dissuade us from getting with a bullet. Because they are famously, I'm pretty sure they're blind.
But
I think they have at least
And
like
we'll
tremor
also
sense
see
or
a spite
something.
they're coming.
I'm
they
talking
did
above
warn
table, by
us-
the way.
Oh, okay.
They
Yeah,
did
this
warn
is
you about things other than bullets, though.
Yeah, that's true.
I think since we're in the dark, most things are probably acclimated to dark, and we're going to be at a disadvantage if we can't see, or if our unseeing party members cannot see.
All right. And he'll
Okay.
light the torch again. And he will either give you advantage or he can roll perception himself. Or survival himself also.
Per earlier comments, guidance.
Yeah!
Yay!
Thank you.
Um,
So,
do you want me to
advantage
roll?
on survival, or do you want him to roll with you?
I'll do whatever.
It's up to you guys. You tell me.
I'll just take the advantage.
All right. Go ahead. And the
Oh,
D4 from guidance.
34. Oh, I needed that. Okay. So that is a dirty 20.
Okay.
Nice.
You begin to navigate through the city streets, keeping a decidedly straighter path now. As you continue on...
Map?
Go ahead.
Do you need me
Yeah,
to
you're
roll?
still mapping, keeping your roll from before.
Okay.
And as you continue to move forward, about an hour or two passes. Another. You come to a point where you realize you're at a pretty significant elevation. The city starts to slope, the ruins start to break, crack, and slope downwards. And from this upper angle, you can see out, and now you can very clearly, thanks to the glowing lights that scatter this deep, large, massive cavern and sinkhole, you can see the pit at a distance. Massive. And on all sides, there is more kind of city here. And something that from this angle you see for the first time. I had described previously a large tower-like structure shaped roughly like a construction crane, though not as, like, it's clearly not just like a thin crane. It's like a building, but it's in that big, like, shape like that with a big overhang. You can actually see from here now a kind of trail of lights, scattered, sporadic, that run kind of down one side of it, and then along just a little bit of the edge of the hole, and then down into the hole itself. That clearly is not this, or maybe it's this, it could be the same, whatever's causing this glow, but this is like, it's concentrated in this line that it kind of forms here. A little unnaturally compared to elsewhere. And not far from there, based on that. Well, actually, give me a perception check. Anyone looking from here? I'll do it for Rick also. Okay, he succeeds. That's fucking... I don't even need to check the bonus.
You know what? I can do that and have Scoot help.
11.
Doing my best. Secondly, you got to do it through his perception, Nim.
Which, it's the same as mine, by the way. Plus one. Still not awesome. I rolled a 2 and an 8, so a 9.
Okay, and what the rest of you get?
11.
Nat 1.
Woo!
A dirty 20.
Okay. Huxley and Rick are able to see. It looks like if you were to gauge the size of this place based on how long you've been walking, the only other real major standout structure looks like it's maybe about a mile from that large crane-like structure. Closer to you, about a mile closer to you than that is. And it is more cathedral-like in shape. It is very large, but it's nowhere near as tall as the skyscraper-like buildings around it. And you can tell most, if not all, of its roof is missing, barely illuminated by the lights around the cavern. But those are the two standout structures you can see from here, besides the sinkhole itself. The crane-like structure itself being much closer to the sinkhole. And like I said, the other church-like structure about a mile closer to you, a bit further from the sinkhole itself. And all of this still a little ways away. But if you're lucky, you think you could reach it by the end of the day, if not tomorrow, based on how long it's taken you to travel this far. And you can start to descend further. And as you move, who has a passive perception of at least 15? Rick will warn you because he definitely can hear it, but I want to know who hears it themselves.
Me.
I do.
Everyone except Nimra then.
Yeah. Tracks.
As you're moving, I'll actually reposition you guys a bit further in the middle of the street here just for funsies. I'll slap you right here. You can hear around the corners, up higher in some of the structures you're near, now that same chittering you heard last night. Moving here and there. And Rick kind of turns his torch in one direction. You hear, and it stops. And something moves out of the way of the light. And he stops for a minute and just... Does everybody have their weapons out?
For what?
Always.
Never put it away.
We have company, Archivist. Some, a lot, a little, I can't tell for sure.
We'll put away the map, take out their grimoire.
And you can hear a kind of a louder, different tone, like a more guttural sort of chitter as well, like a... And then you hear what is very clearly the buzzing of very fast moving wings, like kind of rising from nearby. And we're gonna roll initiative, please.
Oh, fun stuff.
Oh.
This gives me... Did y'all ever watch that old Atlantis movie? The cartoon one?
Mm-hmm.
Remember the scene when they're in the cavern and they see the fireflies and then they upset the fireflies and then they turn out to be terrible creatures?
I do remember that, yes.
That's given me those vibes.
And then we're all close to Rick, so a +4 to initiative.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
And I want you all to do me a favor, because Wait, no, I can just do this. Hold on. I'm going to briefly move you to a different map. It's just the fucking map of Wildmount that I have, so you don't see. I need to put the tokens down and change their names and make them invisible before we start.
Oh,
Fair.
okay.
Last time I had it already set up, so... But just so you don't immediately see... Oh, that's so annoying. I still remember... I'm still going to do it. Okay, do me a favor then when we go back while I set this up. When we start the fight, if you wouldn't mind, for my sake, the chat panel in Foundry, either hide it or switch off. One, so you don't see the health, but also I can't change the name of the monster that appears in the little health tracker. I turned off that module and it still does it. So point being, if you wouldn't mind being cool and hiding it for my sake. As you hear this sound start to emanate, you see landing atop the roofs of the buildings, stopping on either side of you. These two creatures, massive wings, and then chittering and appearing around the corner of the building. A number of glowing pustules for a face and a large staff, crystal protrusions sticking out on multiple sides. That's where we'll start. There we go.
Okay.
Now you can see them.
Oh,
And we
you.
will start. And at the very top, Seal, you are up first.
Okay, so they're on top of the buildings or coming
Yes,
from?
the two with wings are on top of the buildings. From these buildings, they're both about 40 feet up. The third is on the ground level coming around the corner of this building.
Great, that makes
And I'll put the art of what they look like for you too.
makes it much easier for me to choose which one to go to.
These are the flying ones.
You.
And this is the one on the ground.
Ew.
Very nice. You see, the first, this, like, a ton of sharpened clawed limbs, 4 small wings that buzz very quickly, this full insectoid appearance, and its face looking like a hollowed out beehive with these deep pockets and holes for a face. And the other, like I described, the glowing pustules, the crystal protrusions, rags and a hood over top, and a large staff with large jutting crystals coming out of the top, all glowing rather ominously. Go ahead, Seal.
Gross. Okay. I'm running up to the sky on the ground, and I'm gonna
Okay,
start attacking.
go for it.
Well, first I'm gonna rage. Sorry, should make that clear.
You're gonna rage, gotcha.
I'm gonna rage. So that's
There's no fucking rage button, so I'll just mark you as paralyzed because the paralyzed icon looks angry.
okay. Cool. So that's 4 fire damage.
Okay.
And I will start attacking.
Gotcha.
Okay. 29 to hit.
That hits.
That is 12.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh my gosh, what is it? Slashing? Yeah. 12 slashing, and then... that's a natural 20.
Yeah.
All right.
So then that is... Okay, so it's 10 plus 5 plus 5. Do I add the other plus 5? So I have...
Yes.
The die is 10. And then I rolled a 5.
I always forget because I did this to myself and I do crits differently in like every game I run. How do we do them here, you guys? I forget.
We just roll the die, right? And take the 10?
I don't remember.
I thought it was we did. So it's like you normally either roll twice or you roll once and double it. I think we were saying you take the max on one die and then just roll the other.
Right. So you essentially
then-
get
that's
max
fair.
damage for free and then roll a normal damage otherwise and add them together.
Okay. So max damage including the bonus or just the die?
The bonus, including the bonus.
Okay, great. So then that is 15 plus 10, 25 plus 3, 28.
Okay. 28.
I don't think I get... Wait. There's so many new things. They got rid of that. Okay, great. So I don't have that anymore. So that is my turn.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my action, bonus action, movement. Yeah, I'll stay there.
All right, Seal rushes up into the darkness and immediately carves 2 clean sweeps into this thing, chunks of crystal shattering off and cracking against the stone ground. Hux, you're up.
I'm gonna target the one up here,
Okay.
north of us, and I'm gonna just shoot 3 Eldritch Blasts and try to knock it away from us, because
Okay.
I don't want it to be close.
Gotcha.
That is one of the ones that's on, like, the rooftop, right?
Yeah,
Like,
both
hovering?
of the flying ones are on the rooftops, 40 feet up. Not flying right now, but just perched on top of the roof.
Well, wow. Wow. That one will probably hit. I rolled an 11, a 13, and then a 28.
The 28 hits. The others do not.
Okay. So that's... Whew, it's going to be another one of those weeks.
Big mood.
Where are my d10s? I was organized. 13 damage, and it gets pushed back 10 feet away from
Okay.
us.
Gotcha.
And I will stay right here.
Understood. For Melancholy's turn, she will also rush up to the one that's on the ground. She can almost get there. That's so annoying. So what she'll do is she'll move up to here, just in case one comes closer, but she will manifest her echo on the right up next to it, because she can do it 15 feet away from herself. We'll pop it right into place here, and we'll... This is an ability that has a limited amount of uses. Yes or no? No. Okay, she can attack through it for free. Okay, so she will make both attacks against this one through her echo. So she just kind of mimics the movements, and it repeats after her. That is... Okay. That is a 27 and a 21. So both hits. She will do 28 points of slashing damage total with the echo. All right, yeah, really doing good chunks of damage to this thing before it's able to move. That is her turn. Nimra, your turn.
A bonus action to study with the keen mind trait.
What are you trying to study?
I think I want to see a nature check to see if they are either immune or resistant to a specific damage type.
Okay, so what I will say is, like, until it's been hit by anything, there's not really any means to know what they're physically or otherwise able to resist or be immune to. I'd say you can, like, determine traits about it and maybe make assumptions from there, or search your memory for similar creatures. You can, like, maybe study it to see what creature type it might be. And, like, I would, like, mechanically speaking, maybe allow stuff like, I don't know, I think you could argue, like, oh, you could study its wing size and wingspan and wing beat speed and maybe get an idea of how its fly speed. Creature type based on its general physical makeup. Sort of stuff like superficial things like that. And then maybe either later use study to, like, search your memory for similar creatures and get a possible idea of immunities and stuff. But just flat on the look, probably not.
Yeah, just asking for clarification since this is new for 5e, I'm pretty sure.
It is, for sure, yeah.
Trying to make sure it's visually, or it's distinct in my head from Pathfinder's recall knowledge.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, the intention isn't that you can read those, mostly because there's still, like, spells and magic items and stuff like that that allow you to glean a creature's resistances and immunities, so that kind of negates them if you can just do it on a turn. So yeah, I'd say it's technically possible, but it's not a sure shot for sure, and it would take more than one use of study to do so.
Then I'll just roll a nature check, because I presume that's what it's going to be for the beasts here. Or I guess
Sure.
you tell me what I have to roll. to
what are you
figure out
trying to
what
figure
type
out?
they are.
There's creature type.
Uh,
I'd say
Yeah, because that's
nature
going to
or
depend.
arcana.
Okay. Yeah, because it does specify with this, like, oh, certain creatures for Arcana is aberrations, constructs, elementals, fae, monstrosities, nature,
Oh, it
beasts,
has
dragons,
specifics?
witches, plants, religion, celestials, fiends, undead, history, giants, humanoids.
Okay,
So,
that's annoying
yeah,
that it specifies because then you can narrow
It-
down the list by picking. But arcana, sure. I'm gonna fucking modify that later, and I'll make a note of it in the thing because that seems like it defeats its own purpose.
23.
For sure, yeah. These
Yeah.
are based on their structure, if they're seeming like kind of similar nature to each other and the nature of one and the other. These appear to be lost it. Where are you? Aberrations for sure. Though not like any you've ever seen before or read about, but they bear similar
Characteristics.
characteristics. Yeah.
Okay. And then let's see. Which ones have been attacked? Is it the one that's directly over by Mel?
The one by Melon Steel has been attacked by both of them. The one north of you has both been attacked by Huxley and knocked back 10 feet. So this one actually is technically out of sight.
Cool. So
This one over here has not been hit at all.
So let's have it make a dex save and cast a 3rd level lightning bolt at it.
All right.
Dex 18.
That's failure.
Okay. 37.
Oh wait, it
lightning.
has an advantage on that. Haha.
Oh.
That's a natural 20. It succeeds.
Yeah, so never mind. No damage, I think, right?
No, for lightning bolt, it's half damage.
Yeah, but
Wait.
I'm trying to remember if crit mattered or not.
No.
So 37 halved, that's going to be 16, or 36 halved, that's 18 points of lightning damage.
Yes, it is. Yeah, got it. 18.
Yeah, round down. And I don't think that they are going to move. And for Scoot's turn, I'm just going to have Scoot aid Nimra.
Okay, got it. Done. Now, the first of them gets to go. The one to the north its wings start to buzz again, and it will lift itself up off the ground and move forward here. It is going to... Gotcha. It is going to buzz on over, use 10 feet to move to here, and then it will fly over to you guys. And with that distance, it was... Okay. It will fly down to be 15 feet above all of you. And it's buzzing. It kind of comes down, its claws kind of out and extended, and the wings, the beat of the wing is kind of like ringing in your ears, and it will, like, you see a almost like greenish smog start to build in the holes in its face area, and then pour out, and then poof out around you, all of you, in that little space, which is Rick, Nim, Scoot, Question, Huxley, and Mal will all give me a Constitution save, please.
Which Rick bonus.
Plus
with
4 to
Paladin's
everybody.
Aura.
Yeah. So I'll roll for Question and for Rick.
12.
Okay. Question got a 10. Rick got a natural 1, which comes out to... He does have insane constitution. Wow, with a natural 1, he still succeeds.
Nice.
That's crazy. Okay, so he's fine.
Oh man.
Question is not. What did you guys get? My bad.
I got a
Nimmer
12.
Nimmer's a 19. I rolled a separate one for Scoot.
Mm-hmm.
Scoot was a, I can do math, 13.
Okay. And Hux? Muted. I think.
Oh, I was.
Okay, there you go.
Am I? Can you? Okay,
Yes.
I got 7.
Okay,
Is this
so
poison?
it is a poison effect, yes.
Scoot's immune.
Okay, so then Question, Mal, and Huxley all failed. You are all currently poisoned, which means you have a disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. As these like faint spores enter your nose, your lungs, you feel sharp pain, like crystals are sliding down your airways, and you will. Okay, got it. Yeah, you are poisoned. I'll mark you both as all 3 of you as poisoned there. Oh gosh, all these symbols. Woo! There we go. It's this one.
The skull and crossbones.
Very scary. A little dramatic for poisoned, but all right. And that will be its turn. Mal, you are up, and at the start of your turn, you feel those crystal spores break down your airways, and you will take at the start of your turn. Right, that is 13 points of poison damage.
Okay. As always, my plan of action has been just shattered into pieces.
Love that.
Every time. All good. Okay. I am going to use my cunning action to oops. Come on. To move over and dash.
Okay.
To
Gotcha.
get underneath this guy, and then I'll send a guiding bolt at him as my action.
At the one that's on the roof?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Come on. There we go. So that's 46. It's plus 8 to hit, and I have disadvantage. Does 14 hit?
A 14 does not hit. I think it just misses.
Okay, that'll end my turn.
All right. As the bolt flies past, its wings start to pick up the beat again, and it kind of like crawls along the edge of the roof and looks down. It's weird face, non-face, catching sight of you. Rick's turn now. That thing is too high and away from him, which is annoying. So what he'll do. Okay, he will take the spear and lob it up straight at the one that's directly above you guys. He's not within its range, so he does not have disadvantage. He will do so, and then it returns to him, and he can do it twice. So he'll make both attacks that way. That's a natural 20.
Nice.
And a 24. So he will do... $26 points across both attacks to it. and he will. He's just gonna kind of. Well, it's not within melee, so he's actually going to go ahead. Ooh. Oh, no, he probably would have done. That's alright. He'll do it next turn. He will. He'll kind of. No, that would also be an action. Okay, he'll get ready for that, and he'll just kind of keep his position to brace to keep in front of Question, and like kind of let her know, I'm going to pick you up, and we're going to move you in a moment. Okay, so hold on, and that'll be his turn. Next up, the other flyer will fly and descend down into this space right here on the ground, and then we'll also the spores out to, or actually from where it's at, yeah, to. Oh yeah, wait, my bad. Mal, make the save at the end of your turn against the poison again. Another con save.
Okay. Whoa. Jesus. That is an 18.
Okay, so you would succeed, and it's going to spore again. So one more time, you and Melancholy are going to do it again as this one lands and spores the both of you. So one more to see if you get poisoned right again. That's garbage, Melancholy. Come on.
10.
That's a failure. You're still poisoned, or poisoned again, technically, and she just fails also. So both of you are now poisoned. And that will be its turn. And then finally, the last of them will take its turn. Let's see. Okay. Okay, yeah, it is going to strike. It is going to raise its staff, which starts to glow and vibrate. First, it will strike at Seal. That's a natural. Wow, a natural 20. 2 for you guys, 1 for me. Okay, so 20 for a natural 20 for 28. You will take. Okay, there's 2 types of damage here. So first, you take the. Damn, with my die. Okay. Okay. 24 points of bludgeoning damage, halved by your rage to 12.
Great.
And then, as you do, you see the staff like glow really brightly, and then come back in, and you will take. An additional 52 points of radiant damage. And then it will take the attacks of opportunity from the 2 of you, and you see it will phase into the ground, just out of sight. So you and the Echo can both take an attack of opportunity. That's a hit from Melancholy.
23.
That hits. Melancholy deals 7 damage.
12.
Okay, so that's 19 total. And then it will phase through the ground, and it will reappear. Right here. And as the staff comes up, it will point it in all of your directions and shoot off at Nimra its other attack here. A psychedelic orb. As you see the crystals kind of into it and then form into an orb and then off in your direction. Go ahead and give me a wisdom save, please.
Okay, at least I have advantage with that. Okay, that is a 19.
That just succeeds. So
Thank God, rolled an 18 on the dice.
Yeah, so then you get hit and you kind of feel it, like you sort of brace yourself, a little shimmer of arcane energy in front of you, and it dissipates around you. No effect. And that will be its turn. Question's turn. She will take
Disengage.
she'll take 12 points of damage, of poison damage, and like kind of clutch her chest and her stomach and immediately kind of throw up and then try to start running. She does not look good already. She looks very bad. And she's going to disengage and then just run to the nearest building. And then she'll make the save again and succeed. So she's no longer poisoned. So that's good, because that could have not gone well. Next up, round, Seal, you're back up.
All right. She's mad, so she
Reasonably.
takes that. Wait. Okay, it didn't want me to move before. She'll take that hit and see where it pops up and immediately runs after it.
Okay.
To attack it again.
Gotcha.
Oh. Where'd that go? Okay. That is a 16.
That on this one, that just misses.
Okay. Great. And that's a 15.
Both miss. Yeah, and as you come up, you see it kind of turns and blocks both strikes with the staff. Each time, the kind of brunt of the head of it with the crystals taking and shattering some off, which immediately grow back into place. That your turn?
I'm just gonna I'll do my kind of recharge my aura and do 4 fire damage.
Okay, gotcha. Every point counts. Next up, Hux. At the start of your turn, take
Damage.
8 poison damage.
Okay. Let's. They're so far apart from each other.
And remember, the one directly above you guys is still 15 feet up. Let me mark it as flying, actually. My bad.
Okay. I'm gonna shoot that guy again. I don't like the asthmatic doesn't like the poison attack.
No, that makes sense.
That's awful. I'm gonna shoot 3 Eldritch Blasts at disadvantage at that guy.
Okay.
And try to yeet him into the sky.
All right.
1. Probably not. 14.
Just misses.
Oh, one of those was a 20. That's sad. An 18.
That hits.
And nope. I'm rolling about as well as I do with disadvantage as I do without it, so
That's
like
fair.
it's not a loss at this point. Where did I put my D10 away? Boink. For 5 damage.
Okay. When I see you with the finger.
Both my attacks missed, but I grazed.
Okay. Which does
I'm
what
just
again?
trying to read through damage
Gotcha,
equal
gotcha.
to ability modifier. So
Okay.
ability modifier to make the attack, which is strength.
Which would be for you with your glaive. It would be your ability modifier strength. Yeah, so it'd be +4.
+4.
So 8
So
total.
8 total.
2024 rules, folks. Okay, so you still did 8 damage to it. Let me note that. You graced it twice. That's important. That's not nothing. Okay. It's not. Yeah, it's not. It's looking hurt. And all right, the 5 and Hux. Did you blast it 10 feet up?
Yes, 10 feet.
Okay, gotcha. So it's 25 feet up now. That your turn?
Yeah, and then I make the save again.
Yes.
Oh, I just rolled 2 natural 20s.
Whoa!
Now I roll good.
Whoa!
Why could I have not rolled that earlier? I mean, that's fine. We'll take it.
Crazy.
Big.
All right, you're no longer poisoned.
I was standing next to Rick because I was like, I don't have Constitution. I need all the help I can get.
Melancholy will take
Real.
8 points of poison damage. Okay. And then she will let me see. She's going to move here. And then she's going to I always forget. Can I have you do that? Okay, gotcha. And she can have the Echo move right over here. She will make both attacks against this one here. That's a 17 that hits. That's an 18 that hits. And then that is a 17 that hits. So she hits with both of those. And then she will also... She will also unleash the incarnation and make another attack through the echo on the staffed one. So it's 3 attacks total. The attack against that one is that one misses. So no hit on that one, but 2 against the flyer over here. That will be. Let's take a roll like this. 16. It's max damage on that. And 10 for a total of 26 damage to this one. It's quite a bit of damage there. And then it's back to Nimra.
So everything's mostly injured.
Actually, before she ends her turn, she'll kind of look to Mal and just, you got this. Yeah, okay. I won't leave you without help. And then she'll like kind of phase into dark. The Echo will take her place, and she'll use her bonus action to swap places with the Echo. Leave it over here and swap places over there. And then she makes the save again. Now it's Nimra's turn. She is still poisoned.
Is it hand time? Is it hand time? Because otherwise, how's the one that's over by us looking?
Both of those are not. They look like damaged, but they don't look like they seem to be physically like reacting, taking the hurt too bad. The one up by Seal does seem to be quite injured. It's moving with more difficulty. It's reacting slower, for sure.
That's at the end of the turn order, but nobody's going to be able to attack it until then. Rick can probably finish off the one that's close to us. Yeah, Rick can probably finish the one that's close. So it's Scoot on, still on their eyes. Let's get this over here. And then, okay. Thanks, game. Scoot over here as well.
Yeah.
And Nimra is going to do a shocking grasp.
Okay. What you'll do, something I hadn't really considered before, but what you'll do now, you'll make the attack normally because Scoot's aid gives you advantage, but you being blinded gives you disadvantage when you're looking through his eyes. So you'll just make a normal attack.
That is what I've been doing.
Okay, good.
Most of the other spells require saves.
Yeah, that I've noticed.
So I have not been rolling that with advantage. Or thankfully with the aid at least it balances it out. Okay.
It's a little disorienting to swing through the spider's vision while it's kind of where your eyes are.
20 to hit?
That hits.
Okay. 3d8. I'm gonna roll that in D&D Beyond because I don't have enough dice out right now.
Real.
Okay. 18 lightning damage.
Okay. Yeah, looking real bad on this one.
Great.
And then it can't take reactions, right?
It cannot take reactions.
That's funny because it was about to use a reaction. Okay.
Nice.
It's a very good good thing to have. Nimmer doesn't
That's
have
your
anything.
turn?
No, they're probably gonna move back closer to Rick.
Okay.
They went in, they shocked it.
And it will take an attack of opportunity against you. Oh, it can't because it can't do reactions. Never mind. It's like it can't. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Nimra flits in, shocks it,
Just grab its tits and then run off. Yeah.
defibrillate.
Yeah.
Clear.
And
You would feel a quite rough, like, you see, like, under its rags and, like, cloaks, there are more crystals protruding from all over its body. It's a very rough and gross surface to make contact with. So
that's what I like to hear. Love that. Okay, yeah. That's everything that they can do right now.
okay. This one will, from its 25 feet, it will fly down 20 feet to be within range of these two. And it will, let's see. Okay. It will make 2 attacks against Huxley and 1 against Rick. First, I'm going to see if it gets its spores back. It does. No, it doesn't. Never mind. But it will make 2 attacks against Hux, 1 against Rick. Hux, for you, does a 17 hit you.
Yes.
And that one's higher. So both hit.
Wait a minute. I thought Rick had something, but I might be misremembering.
Okay. Let me check if it does. I don't see anything here, at least. You'd take 38 points of slashing damage, Hux.
He has protection.
Is it?
If Huxley gets hit, Rick could also do protection to impose disadvantage on the attack roll to somebody targeting somebody other than him within 5 feet.
Against 1 attack roll?
Against 1 attack roll.
Okay, so I'll roll one of those again.
And that is his reaction.
No, that's still higher than 17.
Okay. Is it non-magical slashing? Because I
It
am
is.
resistant
Well,
to not. Okay.
is it?
I'm.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So you said 30, 37? Or
37,
37. Okay, so halved.
I think. Have to 18.
Okay.
And then it will make 1 against Rick. That is a miss. And then it will take... No, it's going to stay there. It's actually just going to go... It's going to go ahead and land. Land right where it is. And then it's over to Mal. Mal, top of your turn.
Alright.
You
Can
take-
I...
13 points of poison damage at the top.
Cool. Can I flank with the shadow?
We
No?
no more flanking. We established that last session.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. In that case, I am going to use Shocking Grasp.
Okay.
So that's... That's a 22 to hit.
That hits.
Awesome. Let me see. That's 19 points of damage.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna use my 2-weapon fighting, and I will attack with the core cut dagger.
Okay.
Just
New
got.
dagger.
Go for it.
New dagger.
This
So
one,
I have.
is looking hurt now.
You had me put it as a +1 dagger. Did it have another ability?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Let me pull it up for you here. It is. Where are you? Where are you? Okay. It's a +1 dagger, and you can expend a hit die to deal an additional 3d6 necrotic damage.
Sick. Okay. That is 16 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Cool. So then. So that's 9 damage, and then I will spend that hit die for how many?
3d6.
3d6. An additional 11 damage.
11, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. It's looking quite severely injured. You strike it, and then you bring the dagger up. You shove it into the side of its chest, and you see the darkness kind of radiate from it. You feel immediately weaker as your life force is sapped through the dagger, and then necroses the side of this thing's body immediately. And
that doesn't feel great.
You do not feel good doing that. That's that.
Okay.
And at the end of your turn, make the save again for the poison.
All right. That is a 5.
That fails.
Doing great.
There, it is now Rick's turn. Okay.
He can kill it. I feel it in my bones.
He is going to go ahead and make both attacks. He's going to attack recklessly, and he is going to pump some smites into these two. So first one, recklessly, that is a 18 that hits, two-handed with the spear. And the second one, that also hits with the spear. He is going to, he's gonna pump 2 additional. He's gonna pump 2 divine smite into each, so he'll get an extra 2d8 radiant on both. For the cost of some spell slots, he will do. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, what?
I just realized I can see Rick's rolls in D&D Beyond.
Yeah, I'm rolling them in there. It's like, why is it rolling? Oh, okay, wait, okay. Okay, so it's 17, and then I'll roll his d8s. I don't know what the hell it's doing with his rolls. 17 plus his 4 d8s from both spell slots for a total. Oh my god. What did he just get on the 4 d8s? The fucking UI for my light is stuck open and I can't see the number.
22.
22 plus 17.
39.
39, thank you. 39 points of damage total. This thing is quite nearly dead with 2 strikes with a smashing of dark divine darkness on it, and poof, and you see it like he carves into one. He tears off one of the smaller wings on the bottom, and then one of the several taloned limbs it has. He's due to finish this off real soon, but it's still standing. On its turn, it does get its spores back, and it is going to go ahead and poof the spores out again. So, Nimra, Rick, and Huxley, give me Constitution saves, please.
By Rick.
Yeah, +4 from Rick also.
Okay.
That is a success from Rick. I forgot he can't fail, because even with a natural one, he succeeded.
23.
That succeeds.
Is it the one that's in front of us, or is it the
In
other
front of
one?
you.
I thought that one just attacked.
Yeah, I thought that was 17.
No, its turn went around already. The one that just attacked was the one by Mal. No, wait, that one didn't attack either. Where am I? Oh my god. Oh wait, it's because they're both wounded now. No, you're right. It isn't that one. This one.
Okay. I was like, I'm pretty sure I just got wailed on by that one. But I might have zoned out.
Okay, so it did get that back, but it's not going to do that. It is going to make 3 talon attacks. One against the Echo to try to disperse it. That disperses. It hits the Echo. It's gone. And then 2 attacks against Mal. Okay, that is 23 and a 27.
Those definitely hit.
Okay.
And I will use my reaction to cast Hellish Rebuke.
Okay. Go for it. It is going to... And you, before that, are going to go ahead and take... You're going to take 23 points of slashing damage from those 2 attacks.
And you will take 14 points of fire damage in return. You said 23 points?
Yes.
Cool.
It is hanging on by a thread. The fire around it, its wings kind of singe off, and it has to set down on the ground. It is not long for this world now. And that is its turn. Okay. And now this one will attack, and it will make a strike against you, Seal, with its staff. It does not like you following it around. So that is a dirty 20.
That hits.
Okay. You will take 7 reduced to 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Cool.
And 3 8s on that. 28 points of radiant damage.
Great.
And it will... there's 2 of you this time, so it's not going to do that. It is just... it's going to have disadvantage on that, too. So it's just going to try to take you down. It's going to hit you again with the staff.
All right.
That's a miss. That is a 10 total. But it is... Is it still going to do that anyway? Let's get its reactions back this turn. Yeah, it will sit there. It will wait this turn. Question will hide. All right. And it comes back around to you, Seal.
All right. She's gonna try to finish it off.
All right.
She's got this.
Uh, 25 to hit.
Okay. Roll the damage for that first, please.
Okay. 18.
18 damage.
Did I do my math right? Wait.
I'm saying like damage or to hit?
Damage. It's not, wait, it's not 18. I did my math wrong. That's 50. Wait. Oh my god. 8?
8 plus.
16.
16. Okay.
Yes.
It kind of brings the staff up on it, and you see the crystals shatter, and it still hits it, but it kind of like a glow sort of like emanates from the staff. It's using its reaction here to fuse damage, and it will only take half of that with its reaction. So it takes 8.
Does it have does it get its reaction back? Yeah.
At the start of its turn, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was
Yeah.
the start of Nimra's turn. Okay.
No, I'm pretty sure it's its turn. I can double check the spell though. Yeah, at the start of its next turn.
Cool.
Okay.
Great. 26.
That hits.
And that is 17.
Okay.
And I'm going to use my bonus action to use Speedy Recovery and use a hit
Okay.
die.
Nice. Big.
It's a big 5, but that's fine.
All right. And that's your turn?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay there, so yeah.
All right, Hux, you're up.
Okay. I am. Go away! I didn't mean to click you. Okay, we are gonna do something a little different because I think I can do this without harming my friends.
Okay.
You got
I
this.
think so. Let me make sure I read this correctly.
If it requires a save, fuck it, we ball. If
No!
if it's an AC to hit, also fuck it, we ball. You got two tanks here now, surprisingly. You got Rick, a tank in his own right, just because he exists. Because he also has Stone's Endurance, if I recall correctly, which should mitigate damage for him. And Nim's got an AC of 18 up to 23.
He hasn't been touched, so.
Okay.
An advantage on most saves.
I am gonna cast Wall of Fire.
Let's go.
Right through. Well, I'm going to move first.
Okay.
Oh,
It will
smart.
take an attack
Huge.
of opportunity against you.
I'm just moving next to Rick.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
They're next to me. I'm gonna cast Wall of Fire. It doesn't.
You can choose
It's kind
what
of confusing.
side the fire hits. So you can
Yeah,
aim it
I
away
want
from everybody.
Yeah,
And
I
switch
essentially
it.
want it here. I want it to harm these guys right here, and maybe we'll
Oh,
take
okay.
them out.
You don't want it on top of them?
Well, I can't understand the spell because
You
it
can-
says
you
that
can
they
summon
take
the
damage
wall
on
of fire.
one side.
And then you can aim the fire in one side. So you can make it on top of them and to the left of them so none of your friends are hit. So they take the damage from being inside it, and nobody else takes damage. Because you can, it's
But
a
the spell
one-sided.
also says they take damage if they're next to it. So I don't know if
Yeah,
are
but
you
they,
supposed
I'm
to
pretty
summon
sure
it on top of them?
they take more if they're in it. I'm pretty sure.
No, I think it's the same.
Well, then it's the same either way. But
Yeah.
I personally think it's worse being in the fire than next to the fire.
Yeah, it's worded very strangely because it just says within its area, which I guess means in the
Mhm.
fire, but it also says that only one side of it does damage, and inside is not a side.
No, yeah, inside it definitely does damage. You're inside a wall of fire, so let me see.
Yeah,
Create a
well,
wall of
I'll
fire
summon it
solid
on top of
surface,
them.
up to 60 feet long, 20 feet high, 1 foot thick, or a ringed wall. When the wall appears, each creature within its area must make a dex save. On a failed save, they take 5d8 fire damage. On one side of the wall selected when you cast, deals 5d8 fire damage that ends its turn within 10 feet of that side or inside the wall. So it's like I said, on top of them and to one side takes damage.
Okay, I'll summon it on top of them, and then
Okay.
it does damage on the side away from us.
Like,
And
how
mine
long do you
has
want it to
up-
be? Up to 60.
Not through the buildings, so we'll just do.
That's
I can't
60.
measure. Yeah, away from my hidden friend.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And mine is upcast because I only have 5th level spell slots,
He's
so it's
also
68.
inside the building anyway. But gotcha. Okay,
Nice.
68.
Big.
So they will make. They have advantage on these dex saves, right?
Yeah.
What's the DC?
What is my 17?
All right, success for the one with the staff. $17, you said?
Yeah.
Just fails for the one with the wings.
Boink. Oh, I just lost one. Come back. What are you? Oh, that's an 8. I'm keeping it.
Okay.
8 plus 2, 10. Plus 5, 15. Plus 4, 19. Plus 6, 25.
One more.
Plus 7, 32.
All right, 32 to the flyer and half that, 16 to the staff. One. All right. 16. 1 HP left on the staff, and the other one's dead.
Ah!
The other one
Yeah!
into a crisp, it burns to ash, and the other one just kind of barely holding on with 1 HP left.
Perfect. I'm going to suck the other thing's essence and give myself some temporary hit points. It's
Okay.
17 since I killed it.
All right.
That. Do I want to move? I might move a little bit. I'm gonna move back. We'll move back this way.
Okay. That your turn?
Yep.
All right. At the top, Melancholy's turn, she takes 10 points of poison damage. Okay. And then she will she's gonna swing and she's gonna try to kill it. Yeah! That's a hit.
Woohoo!
Which means it dies.
Yay!
Pop! And then she'll just see you later, and then she'll oh wait, no, the echo is not here. Dang it, she can't do that. That would have been so cool. Okay. She will run over here and then summon her echo for free right in front of her. Boop! And then use her other attack through the echo against this thing and manifest incarnations again to attack it twice. That's a hit. That's a miss. So she gets 1 hit. She will do Garbo. Okay, not terrible. 13 points of damage. She killed it! Yay! It's dead. They're all dead. And then she will make the save
Awesome.
at the end of initiative. And we're going to stay in initiative briefly just to see how many turns of damage the poisoned people take. She
Everybody stand near Rick.
succeeds.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Quickly. Well, okay. In initiative still. She succeeds. She's no longer poisoned. We'll move to Mal's turn. Mal, if you want to see if you can get within 10 feet of Rick to get the +4.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can dash, so you're fine. So go ahead and make your save with +4.
All right. It's a nat 20.
You're good.
Hey.
The poison effect fades from your body. Technically, you would have taken 1 more hit of it as it started on your turn, so you would take
Okay.
an additional 14 points of poison damage right before it fades. I got a 10 and a 4, my bad. It's 2d10s.
I'm not doing great.
So you kind of stop, take a breath, reconvene, seal your rage fades, the poison fades from you, Mal. Kind of gather together. Question peeks out from in the building. Is it safe? Are we okay? That was scary. You guys look. That was what the fuck were those? I've never seen anything like that before. I drew them though, and she holds up her book. She was they're half-finished drawings of them.
Good.
I didn't know what else to do, so
It's Tryptophobia the monster.
All
That's what
I
it is.
was
I've
able to
never-
gather is there some sort of aberration.
that makes sense.
They certainly
good.
looked it.
You guys seem hurt. How's everybody feeling?
Eh,
Uh,
Okay.
not great, but
Not great. How many of us are actually hurt?
I will recuse myself from the area to allow a more sterile environment for the rest.
That's not really how healing word works.
I'm
But
okay.
I appreciate the thought. Yeah, I will use mass healing word.
Okay.
So that is 6, 10 plus 3 is 13 hit points back each.
To who?
Huxley, Celiana, who else?
Mel's hurt, question's hurt.
Huxley, Celiana, Mel, question, me. I can get one more person.
Not needed.
Okay.
Okay, questions back up to full. As you let this out, by the way, and all of you feel the light come to you, your wounds stitch closed a bit. Mal, you feel it take and then a sharp pain. Lose a hit die. Expend a hit die.
What?
You gain the health, but you expend a hit die and you feel yourself weaker than before. More put together, but you feel a little weaker.
Oh.
And you
What was that?
When you do, you can you stumble a bit, and like I said, your wounds close. You feel physically more capable, but like something in you feel weaker. You feel like you've lost a bit of strength in that.
That's super weird.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe it was just the poison?
You want my inhaler?
No. I think I'll be okay, thanks.
Do we need to stop and rest for a while, or should we just keep moving?
No, we can keep going.
Are you sure? That doesn't sound... That wasn't right.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Can I have Nimmer make a medicine check to see if they might recognize what happened with Mel?
Sure. With Mal.
Okay. 17 on the dice, so 23.
Kind of looking them over and checking them for any symptoms, any physical kind of notice of what might have happened. The poison seems to be gone. You can kind of maybe like pick out a remnant little crystal or two in their nostril or in their like maybe at the back of their throat that chips off and falls from the spores, but
Tweezers.
they're not growing. It's faded. You don't see any other signs of any kind of physical ailment.
Curious. Doesn't seem like you're afflicted by the poison or the spores anymore.
Yeah, I thought I shook that after the fight, but look, it's really probably nothing. I took a couple hard hits.
Just kind of keep on top of that. If you feel that again, maybe we just stop and think through some ideas, I guess. But yeah, we probably don't want to stay in the middle of the street for too long, at least for right now.
If we can find somewhere to rest, I would very much like that.
When we've got a couple places in the immediate we can stop in, rest for like an hour or so, and then keep moving. It's up to you guys how much progress we want to give up for the day.
I think it's better to act with caution than it is to be pushing ourselves past our limits.
Okay.
Hmm.
Then you can gather up. Rick will kind of point ahead a little bit and lead you around a corner. You can tuck into one of these buildings and settle in for a short rest if you'd like to take one.
Please.
Yes.
I'll just reorganize our tokens here.
God. I used to have a minimum I could roll on my hit die, and I don't have that anymore, and it makes me so mad.
That's how we were before.
Again?
I'll take the short rest, but I love seeing the ranger versus wizard hit die. 1 d10,
Yeah.
Major hit die.
1 d10, and 12 d6s.
Who all here is resting, expending hit dice or whatever?
Me.
Okay. Just make sure you keep track of those, how many you got left.
Yeah. Take my spell slot back.
Thank you.
Give me that.
The warlock. Can we short rest?
Yeah.
Can we short rest,
No.
please?
Look,
Yeah.
I would like to
Yeah,
point
yeah.
out I very rarely get to short rest.
It's true.
I'm just stingy with my spell slots. I also have a bunch of spells that are not useful to us in any capacity.
Use half of mine.
Okay. As you sit down for a while, catch your breath, let yourself recuperate some. You have this moment to talk, to consider anything. Let me know. Otherwise, you can keep moving a little bit, and we'll move just a bit more before we take a break.
I guess.
Oh, this is kind of random, but while we're like chilling and resting and stuff, can I play with that little broken mirror that I got from Gilmore?
Sure.
Like,
What do you want to do?
it's broken. I want to figure out how it's like why it's broken. Like, just I've been meaning to do this like for a while, but I guess technically not that much time has passed anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. Let me see.
Tinker fiddle.
So, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Oh. That's a 28.
Okay. Kind of looking it over, spending this time with it. Kind of examining it and getting a sense for how it works. You having a familiarity with magical items and artifacts. You do recognize the traces of divination magic in it. You suspect, with enough time and commitment to it, it would take some cost and materials, because what you need would require specially crafted and enchanted materials, but you, knowing what you know how to do, you could probably fix it.
Okay. That's good to know.
Specifically, what was the roll again? 20 something?
28.
Yeah, I can tell you precisely how long you'd need to spend and how much you'd need to spend to do so. Let's see. Is there anything else anybody wants to do in that time?
Yeah. I want to pull out that dagger.
Okay.
And see if I can see if anything is up with it.
Okay, sure. If you want to just give me an Arcana check as well to look it over, examine
Yeah,
it.
okay. So that's going to be an 18.
Yeah, as you look it over and try to examine it and get a sense if there's anything you might have missed about it, you do kind of pick up that faint sort of necrotic energy that kind of suffuses it that you detect from your attunement to it. But it doesn't, it doesn't glean anything that you didn't already gain from attuning to it. You do feel like your connection to it, similar to any item you would have attuned to in the past, but you don't get anything new from that.
Okay.
I am going insane. I cannot find. I had them yesterday. I'll get back to you on fixing it. I can give you a specific gold cost and time.
That's fine.
for
That's
fixing
fine.
it. I don't know where it is. I lost it.
I was looking through my materials and stuff, and I was like, "Oh, wait, that's sitting in the bottom of my bag with Mel's dad's horn stuff." Like,
Oh wait,
Oh my god.
I got it. It was in the DMG, not the PHP. Okay, so it would be to repair it. Right, tab. So it would take. Yeah, it would be a lot. It's it's possible. Not possible for you now or anytime soon. But it would take. Let me see. In gold cost, you estimate based on the materials of this and the level of magic it has, it would cost about 10,000 gold.
Jesus Christ.
And in time,
Okay.
about 65 days.
Okay.
Well then.
This is a very rare magic item, meaning it's quite high in cost. It is the second highest on the list in terms of crafting and repairs for magic items.
Okay.
You can shorten the time if you have people help with you, but this is also spending like 8 hours a day working on it. Essentially, this is enchanting the materials, putting them together, reforging it. Essentially, it would take a long time, but it is doable.
I guess my question is, because I know that it doesn't work because it's like part of a set and we only have half of it. Is that essentially just recrafting the other half of it and like tuning it to that?
Recrafting a new one would take 125 days and 20,000 gold.
Mm-hmm.
Crafting one from scratch. The issue is that the mirror itself seems to not function to reach. Something is blocking access on the other side. The mirror itself is also partially damaged, but you don't. If it can be, you surmise that repairing that damage will repair it to full function. The issue is that you don't know if that will connect to the other mirror or if it's only blocked because the other mirror has some other sort of block on it.
It's just a curtain.
Do you want to try to use it
in a box?
No, not. I mean, I guess it'd probably be better to use it when it's not broken, correct? Or that's at least my thinking.
You'd assume so.
Yeah, maybe we'll wait on that.
Okay.
I feel like Huxley has experience with like trying to make magic items work when they don't want to, and that has not ended correctly. I do very much so want to as a player, though, because I like to poke a sleeping bear. But we'll be cautious for now.
Okay.
Nimra's still just going to be poring over the map, looking for, probably pulling Rick off to the side to continue making plans as they're going through. Maybe even marking off specific things in this area of like, okay, well, we got attacked by a bulette here. We got attacked by whatever these aberrations are here. They might even be trying to remember if they have a name or something of the sort.
Okay. Then as you settle in, take this rest. We'll go ahead and take a break, and we will pick up as you get up and keep moving. We'll be back in a few.
was a really good break.
Yeah.
It was such an awesome, restful break.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back. We're back from the break now. Hello.
Oh.
Thank you for coming back, of course. We're going to pick right back up after you've continued your descent into Shattengrod, fought off some aberrant insectoid crystalline creatures, and ducked away into one of the ruined buildings to catch your breath. We continue on, continuing forward with those same previous rows, back in the same marching order?
Probably. Or
Yeah.
if anybody moves.
Okay. Question in the center. Rick and Mel at her sides. Nimra in the front with Scoot on their face, and Seal at the front with them. Huxley and Mal at the back. You'll continue pushing forward. You estimate now, having stopped looking up ahead, like I said before, you can probably get pretty close to that church-like structure, the one of two major landmarks you've seen besides the sinkhole, besides the pit. You can probably get near there by the end of the day. You'll see when you start to feel that strain on your body, and Nimra always being aware of the time of day. When it starts to get late, you can then decide, see how close you are, and see whether you want to push or rest on. As you move forward, you start to now the descent is now, it's not like a slope. You are now having to stop, carefully climb down steep cracks in the ground, sharp breaks, sharp like deep caverns and ravines that have kind of formed, finding your way around them and continuing forward. But you continue to get deeper. The temperature doesn't drop further, but it is still pretty cold. And after a couple more hours navigating, it's relatively quiet. You occasionally hear the distant rumble, but those start to fade and come from behind you as you continue. And you move into one of these very large, wide avenues that I described to you previously seem to sort of mark a transitional point between districts in the city. The archway that you might imagine could have held some kind of signage to indicate your position has long since collapsed and fallen apart. You cross into this space, and the architecture, from what you can tell, remains similar, but still, you're making progress at least. And as you continue to push forward and you start to feel that strain, you feel that time of day, you're getting to the point you feel you should probably find a place to hide, find a place to retire, to try to get some rest if you need. From here, I'd say I'll do one for Rick. Whoever wants to, go ahead and give me a perception check.
17.
It's a 14.
It's a 10.
Seal, you can actually see from where you're at, through some of the torn down buildings, the very top of this church-like structure. Based on assuming that the path forward is not any more obstructed than the path you've followed up until now, you think you could probably get there if you guys want to. If you pushed yourself another hour or so, you could probably make it to that building. Otherwise, it's up to you guys. You could use the rest now, but it's up to you whether you want to take that risk or you want to risk any further encounters in the morning. Up to you. Mechanically speaking, to aid in making the decision, essentially the trade-off you're considering is rolling for another encounter tomorrow, or rolling a group check to possibly incur a level of exhaustion. It's not an incredibly high DC, but it's possible. It's a group check. Or it's not group check, it's individual checks.
Are
doing 2024 exhaustion or 2014 exhaustion?
I couldn't find the new exhaustion, so I thought
no,
they didn't keep
I
it.
had-
Where is
I
it?
had to look. No, it is different. I had to look this up.
It's 10 levels,
Yes.
isn't it, now?
No, it's 6 still. But
Oh,
rather than having the
okay.
different things, you get a negative modifier on a check. So, like, you get a -1 with 1 level exhaustion, -2 at 2, all the way up to -5 with 5th level exhaustion, and you still die at 6.
At 6. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
for my sake, in order to try to keep it consistent, I'm trying to use as many of the new rules as possible. Exhaustion would be, yes, incurring -1, -2, -3 penalties, not the disadvantage, have movement, etc., etc. So you can still die at 6, but it is considerably less harmful, in my opinion, to your ability.
Do we think it's important to get there now?
I don't.
We're not really in a rush.
Will it be safe to make camp where we are currently stationed?
I don't know if it'll be any safer here or there, to be honest.
I mean, at the very least,
to camp out in the open if we can help it.
yeah.
Well, yeah.
We've been traveling this far without issue, so we know at least this area is relatively safe. Moving forward, we're not quite sure what we're going to find.
Do we
I
want
say
to?
we stop for the night.
Yeah, we could chance it and see if we don't mind going forward just a bit longer, but I don't know if it's necessarily something we need to bargain now. Maybe later.
All right. Then whoever wishes, one of you go ahead and do so with advantage of everyone's help. Give me a survival check. Try and find a suitable place to bed down and fasten down for the night.
Let me do it.
Rick can do it if you want. Rick has a +7 survival.
I also have a +7, so
Go for it. You have dark vision, so it'll help.
cool. Advantage, you said?
Yes.
Okay, that is a 24.
Okay. Relatively quickly, you're able to instead spend that next hour finding a place, getting in, moving the suitable things into place to seal it off, keep you relatively safe and cordoned off for the night. Another structure similar to the last, though much smaller, much shorter, only a couple stories high, and in this case, beyond the second floor, caved in on itself. A much smaller and a much tighter structure. There is one kind of main room at the bottom that then spreads out into hallways that connect to lots of different rooms throughout it.
We want to look through more of the rooms? Do you think we'll have to monitor that, or just hunker down in one and hope for the best?
It's probably safer to look through and confirm.
Yeah.
WWE wrestling is happening right behind my laptop. Mikey just threw Donnie off of the ledge.
Do you want to take a look around the building?
Yeah.
For anything in particular, or just to see what you find?
Seal is going to be looking for any other creatures that might attack or anything that has made its home in here, just to make sure
Okay.
we're safe for the night, at least.
Yeah, I'll pop off a couple more detect magics.
And actually, Nimra is going to command Scoot to turn into a raven, and is going to send him over to Seal while she is looking through everything. So that way you
Okay.
get
Sorry, not
advantage.
detect magic. Wand of secrets.
Okay, gotcha.
I just want to explore and look around for anything that's fun.
Okay. You, Nim?
Yeah, Nimra is sending off Scoot to go with Seal. specifically as a raven rather than
What
as a
about you?
spider.
What are you doing?
And then, I think Nimra might instead attach themselves to Huxley if Huxley makes it known that he's exploring, because
Yeah.
Nimra doesn't have dark vision and
I'll
still wants
I'll
to
pop
see.
a little produce flame and have a little tiny hand light.
Perfect.
Itty bitty
Yeah.
one.
Bonfire
So-
won't be super helpful here.
Seal investigation with advantage. Huxley investigation with advantage. Mel and Rick are gonna stay downstairs and prepare a space for you guys to sleep.
Rolled a 1 and a 2.
Yeesh.
That's a 9.
Okay.
I got an 18.
Okay. And remind me one more time, Mal, the Wand of Secrets detects secret doors and traps and anything else? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, if a secret door or trap is within 60 feet of you, the wand pulses and points at the one nearest to you. So I'll probably do like one in the immediate area we're making camp in, and then I'll go with let's say Nimra and Huxley, and say I get 3 charges a day.
Gotcha. You want to use the other 2 while they're looking around?
Yeah, if we
Okay.
come across something
Gotcha.
that looks promising, or not, as it were.
You don't ping any secret doors or any traps.
Okay.
Huxley, you don't really find anything of interest while looking around. These are clearly the remnants in these rooms look like the very, very, very loosely resemble maybe stone bed frames. This looks like this might be some kind of housing complex of some kind. Any other structures, maybe you imagine they might be made of wood or otherwise seem to have rotted away. They're no longer here. So remind me, sorry, what did you get?
18.
You don't find anything alive in here. Nothing that seems threatening, nothing that's hiding away. Place seems clear.
Great. Should be all good.
There's a lot of dust here. Found some more dust. I wasn't made to be an archaeologist. It's a little disheartening.
I'm sure once we get further in, we'll find more interesting discoveries.
And reuniting back downstairs, a little space the others have made out for you guys. You can settle in for the night. Tell me if you're doing watches, and if so, in what order. And we can get started on those as you retire for the evening.
I'm good with the same as yesterday.
Yeah.
Watches are good.
All right. Up first, I don't remember who went first yesterday, so you guys tell me.
I think it was Rick.
Pretty sure it was
Yeah.
Rick.
Okay. You all sit down for the night. Let sleep take you. Who was second?
Mal?
That was
I think?
me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Not long after, Mal Rick shakes you awake. Come on, kiddo, your turn. And he'll sit up against the wall, sit, and just kind of. He'll stay awake stubbornly as long as he can, but he will pass out eventually. And go ahead and give me a perception check.
Okay. 16.
All right. It's calm, quiet. That regular kind of rumbling you might have heard back where you came from seems to have faded away. No chittering, no sounds. It is uncomfortably quiet, just the distant echo of the hollow, cavernous space all around. The very, very faint, distant glow outside through the gaps in the walls that you can see of the little patches of glowing light around the space. But you don't catch nothing. Nothing alerts you, nothing sets you on edge. Seems fine.
Hmm.
And you can, in return, wake those up next. Settle in for rest yourself. Up third.
I think that was both of us,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
so.
Okay.
We want to both roll, or do you want?
Yeah. I'm rolling badly. Maybe I'll give you advantage unless you feel like you're also rolling badly, and then we can roll badly together.
I'm kind of all over the place today, so.
I'll help you. I'll help you this time. I just rolled a 1 and a 2 with advantage, so that's a sign.
Great. That's a 24. Nope, 23.
Okay. As you two settle in, kind of giving the place a little loop, sitting down. You also don't catch hide nor hair of anything. It's quiet. On the though on the tail end of your watch, you can kind of what at first seemed like innocuous noise, you kind of pick up over the course of your watch what feels like a very, very distant kind of almost thrumming, maybe like a like the strained breath of an engine almost. It is struggling and it is very, very, very distant and faint, such that you thought it was background noise until you sat still quiet long enough and realized you've heard the same sound a couple times. And it's very spread out, and you only realize it is very long and drawn out. A very it take like the sound from start to finish, from like beginning, rise to fall again, takes something like 15 minutes
Oh.
to get through. And that happened over the course of your watch maybe 4 times. Every half hour or so, 15 minutes of down again.
So it's fairly like rhythmic, not like a
Yes.
sputtering, like it's dying, but
No.
okay. That's weird. Get your foot out of my coffee. No, ma'am.
Sorry.
I don't know why you're drinking coffee right now. It's too late.
I need to sleep.
Would it be possible? I don't know how to phrase this in a way that's like not greedy.
I'll tell you if it's too greedy. Go ahead.
Okay. Would there be a way to try to possibly identify what kind of machine or like what components could potentially make that kind of sound? Not necessarily like the specific type.
It's too far away.
Okay.
It's too distant. It's barely audible. Seal only barely picked it up. You'd have to definitely be closer or get it louder to make sense of that. You know you could, theoretically, if it is a machine, probably identify its parts, but you cannot get a clear enough beat on the sound to do so from here.
Gotcha. I wonder what kind of machine would be down here to begin with.
I don't know. Something
Something magical, ancient,
very old.
or something that's not supposed to be here.
Unless they have some sort of like excavation equipment, but
Like a drill, maybe?
I don't know. Do they need drills if they're wizards?
Do dwarves use drills? That seems like a thing a dwarf would have.
Probably. I don't know. Whatever it is, it's very creepy. I don't really like it.
I like machines a little bit more than I like critters, so. Unless it's both. I guess it could be both.
True. They could have built it. Even worse. Or it's a machine monster.
Yeah, I don't want to fight one of those again.
That's true.
Alright. I guess I'm going to bed.
Alright. Are you muted, Ruby?
Hey, I'm awake. Did anything interesting happen? Like, should I stay up or should I go back to bed?
It's a weird noise, but it's
She's up. I love weird noises.
alright.
Perception with advantage for the last one.
Same thing, 23.
And again, now that you're aware of it, it's definitely noticeable. Same thing. Very faint, very distant, but continuous and rhythmic in the distance. Is that the noise you were talking about?
Yeah, Huxley thinks it's some sort of, like, machine. But
Oh, good. That's great. We love that. I love ancient machines of that brought down cities. We love those. There's so many of those, I guess.
are there?
Great. I don't know. I've done a lot of reading about this. Kind of.
I don't know a single thing.
Age of Arcanium stuff and everything. I mean, we don't know much, but it very much feels oftentimes like a tale of hubris or whatever. So if there's a machine awake down here, I would be concerned personally.
Fair.
Do you know where it's coming from? Can you get a sense on that?
Far away. That's pretty much all I can tell.
Good.
It's
Good, cool. Tell me if it gets louder. Otherwise, I don't care.
great.
Are you okay? I'm checking on you. You seem to check on me sometimes, so I feel like I should do that back. So,
Fair.
I'm not a therapist. I don't know how to do this. So
I mean,
yes, no,
I
in
suppose.
between.
I don't know.
Okay, cool.
How
Good
are
for
any of us
me.
doing, really? So.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair. Maybe I should ask the others. I don't know. I feel like they'll say something if they got something going on, so it's all fine. I am a little worried that we don't have our ditch with daddy option anymore because he's busy or whatever. I'm kind of concerned, and that we decided to come down here without that available. But otherwise, I feel like we're not in any worse a place than we have been so far, under constant threat of death and dismemberment by devil, DDD, triple Ds, if you would. So
True. I mean, we have Nimra.
right, we can just get out whenever we want. Oh, who even cares then? Never mind. We're so fine. We're good. Cool. Okay, thank you. I feel so much better now. You're
Oh,
so
good.
good at this.
Good, yeah.
Great. That seems incredulous, and you seem annoyed.
Annoyed.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, sure, great, whatever.
I think it's highly suspect that we haven't heard from him in a while. And I think we're right to be concerned, but I don't know what else we can really do about it, so...
Yeah. But, like, that's not my fault.
No, I know.
You just sound, like, annoyed with me, is what I'm saying.
Not
and I'm
annoyed
like,
with
you know,
you.
I'm just like, do you like me still? Like, I'm always worried about that, frankly. So, I'm just checking.
I mean, why wouldn't I like
And
you?
everything's... I don't know, because I'm fucking annoying? I don't know. A lot of people find me annoying, to be honest with you, so... I'm just checking. I don't know if I'm helpful enough. I don't know, like... Those are the two things, I guess. Because I'm beautiful, so it's not that. So, I don't know. You shouldn't laugh at that. That makes me feel like you don't believe... Never mind. It's fine.
Alright. It's alright, I
I'm gonna
really know what else to say to
stop
that, so...
before I embarrass myself. No, it's fine. You're good. It's like... I don't know what time it is. Hold on. And she'll go over and, like, shake Nimr a little bit. Nim, what time is it?
So you do have to remember what Nim's passive perception is.
Nim! Oh my god, they died! They will shake you until you wake up, which you will, rudely.
Nimra, hands crossed over like this, opens one eye.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Hi, what time is it?
Melancholy.
I just need to know if it's time to wake everybody up.
What? And I guess because Nimra would know. What time is it, Ruby?
It's like 6:30 in the morning. Wait, you know exactly. It is 6:36 in the morning.
And Nimra rattles off to the second.
Melancholy, it is 6:36 and 42 seconds.
Okay. Good night. And she'll, like, close your eye. And walk back over. Okay. Give it, like, half an hour. We can wake everybody up, I guess. Anyway. I'm gonna stop embarrassing myself. Good to know. I feel better. You're good. We share similar concerns about the situation and present dangers that we are currently facing. As a group, wonderful. I could really use a fucking drink right now. And she'll just sit down. Just kind of like stare at the wall. It's like, okay. I'm gonna nod off for like 20 minutes. Let me know when it's like, or you won't know. Shake Nimra awake in like roughly 30 minutes and see if you hit the time yet, and then wake everybody up.
We don't really need to be that specific about it.
Well, I don't want to take anyone's precious minutes of sleep away, except Nimra, because I feel like they fall asleep like a rock instantly. So,
You know, Melancholy,
oh my god,
contrary to popular belief, I am not asleep again.
why not? I told you to go back to sleep.
Nimra is going to sigh and sit up.
See, that's what I meant about the annoying part.
Oh, we need to, Taco. We need to so bad. I support this decision wholeheartedly.
Okay, well, there you go. Now you have someone else to not annoy you. Okay, she like tries. She's not asleep, but she just closes her eyes and nestles up against the wall like that for the last little half hour or so of time until it is about time to wake everybody. But if you have something else to say, go ahead. Like I said, she's not actually asleep, so.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Whatever, she'll just be like, whatever, and continue her watch.
I knew you were annoyed.
Why do you always think people are annoyed?
You sound annoyed. You sound annoyed right now, is what I'm saying.
Because you always assume I'm annoyed.
Well, is that annoying? My bad, but then it proves I'm right.
You're so frustrating.
I get that a lot. What? Don't look at me like that. Oh my god, I'm peeking. So I saw it. All right, I'm gonna stop looking now.
Alright. Enjoy your
Turns
sleep.
sideways to the wall. I will. God, gee whiz. That's not correct. Whatever. Sleep. Not sleep for another half hour or so. Till everybody must arise, awaken. After a night's long rest, you can long rest. And continue on as you get up, pack your things together. Question reports the same clearer, much more distinct image of the book, but as though there were some kind of interference around it. Stronger still now. And as we pack up and continue to move, who wants to roll a d20 for today?
Not me.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
I can do the D20 this time.
Roll a 4.
Max turn. Max turn.
Pop off, I guess. 20.
Oh,
Oh.
You got a natural 20?
Yeah.
these are good or bad?
It's the Gamers
Yeah.
Nexus dice, so it has the Gamers Nexus logo, so I assume it's a natural 20.
As
Is
you,
this good? I don't know.
as you move, you get up and you start to go through. You occasionally catch. Well, no, first I need a survival check at the top. Whoever's leading, do so with advantage.
Guidance.
And a d4.
26.
Woo!
You start to move forward and navigate the broken streets here. And as you move in the direction where you can see the top of this structure in the distance, like I said, it's roughly an hour or so there. And the architecture here seems to change slightly. It's more ornate. There's more clearly clear signs of decorative accents to everything, to every structure. A lot more stuff, though, seems damaged here. More of the buildings are further damaged, caved in, collapsed. Some are completely leveled to the ground, and it's just a flat plot of rubble. And at the tail end of that hour, you come upon this now up close, much larger structure here. Sorry. Fucking God, as if I'm okay. Arriving at the tail end of the hour, you find the structure, like I said, a little much larger in person or up close than at a distance. Very cathedral-like in structure, though in some ways not. The roof, most of it torn completely off. You can see like a kind of the rubble pattern almost surrounding this structure. It is, if you were to picture a very large grand cathedral with 3 towers, kind of one in the center, 2 on the sides, on the back half of it, a very large open courtyard in the front, a large chunk of the front wall, this front wall being maybe 70, 80 feet high, like 50 feet across on this front panel of this structure, a solid 30 by 30 foot hole is blown in the front of it, or is missing out of the front. And as you you notice, you come up and it's very, very quiet. On your way here, you heard noise, chittering, occasional movement. There's nothing here. It's very, very quiet. And those of you who speak Zemnian, you can look around. You see the familiar old Zemnian that you've seen in other texts here. There's a very large kind of placard. Or not placard, like a stone kind of, like it's like a plaque. It's just very, very large. It's clearly like a signpost. Taking a few minutes, you do recognize the word you were given, the Heimnisvollen. This is the Arcanium, it seems.
Can I cast locate object
You can.
with the book that from Questions Dreams in mind?
How long does that last?
10 minutes concentrating.
Okay. When you first bring it up, you don't get a ping. But you got 10 minutes. I'll let you know if it pings. But in the immediate, no ping.
Willing to waste more spell slots on this.
Are we going inside?
I think we have to.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
Okay. Are we keeping the same marching order going in?
Why
I
not?
see no reason
You
to
want me
change
to
it.
light up my torch? Alright. On. Got a bit of light.
I think I will also, if I realize I keep forgetting, technically the books that we have with Haster, we can communicate with each other except for Rick. I will
Yes.
probably see if I will give Question the option to sign that as well, just in case we
She
get
can't
separated.
use that book. When she takes it, it looks like a
No.
bunch of gibberish to her. Oh, you mean sign
No,
your book?
my
Okay.
book. So
Yeah,
at
she
least
will-
I can communicate with her.
She will sign
That way.
for sure. Yeah.
I know Rick isn't fond of signing things, so I won't
Yeah.
impose him. I won't sell his soul to my wife.
As you make your way in, you step past, walking through this courtyard, across it. It's like 150 feet from where you are to the actual front of the building. You go up to the main doors. And you can see inside through this gap. This is a massive, very opulent entrance hall, like a grand hall at the front. It's a like a brutalist Art Deco in kind of design. And you can see the traces of fine materials inside, traces of gold and silver through the walls, black stone inside. As you go to step in, one at a time, Nimra, you get a ping deeper into the structure.
Okay.
Wait. The book is close.
What, really?
It's within range of my spell.
This
How
shit's
far
easy.
is that?
Up to 304.8 meters.
Okay.
And you know its
Um,
precise location, right?
So let me pull it up again because maybe precise location within 30 feet, general direction within 1,000 feet.
Okay. Closer to the back is the general direction.
Should we go further into the cathedral, we will get closer to the item. The closer we get within 10 meters of it, I should be able to discern its exact location. I can only concentrate on this for about 10 minutes at most. Should we need to continue using it, I'm fine with recasting the spell in order to continue.
We should, but
Alright.
we need to be careful. We don't know what's in here.
As you move in, this main hall is
I'd like to cast Pass Without a Trace.
Okay. And
That
you're
was
going
the
to be
thing I was
moving
looking
through
for.
stealthily then?
Yeah, let's be
Alright.
careful.
In which case, pass without trace. Everybody give me stealth check plus 10. For melancholy, that is...
Oh, and I need to roll for Scoot as well. Or can I give Nimra advantage with Scoot?
No, individual stealth checks.
Got it.
Melancholy will get a 26.
31.
Nice.
I think also a 31. It's a 21
Rick.
plus 10. Yeah.
Yeah. Rick will get a 17.
24.
16.
And then Scoot
And
has
Question-
a plus 5.
Question
Oh.
gets a 25.
Ooh!
Scoot gets a 29.
Okay. You all feel these shadows wrap around you, conceal you from view, but if not from each other, only because you knew where you were a moment before, and you move forward. Step past this grand hall to where the path narrows to a large path forward. Moving up, you have this long, tall hallway. It's shorter than the grand hall itself, and there seems to be a floor above, so this one doesn't have an open air because the roof, like I said, to most of the structure is gone, but this one's below another floor, so it's closed off. But it goes up about 40 feet to that upper floor. The hallway is maybe another 100 feet long. There's a plaque on either side of it near the front. And you can see running down this that there is there's a couple things on the walls that are colorful, reflective, and remnants of shattered colored glass all across the floor.
Does the glass look like it came from a broken window or from like broken containers?
Give me a perception check.
18.
It looks quite similar to the reflective glass-like surface on the things that are hanging on the walls. You're just outside the hall right now, near to where the plaques are at the front. You'd need to go in to get an angle to see what these things are, but they look similar in make.
Okay.
Are these plaques on the side of the wall that we are, or would we have to go in to look at those?
They're like if you have you're here, there's a wall, and then it curves into the hallway. They're right on the inside. As if you were to step beyond the threshold of this hallway, they'd be right next to you. So they're not deep in there. You could look without entering the wall. You could see them from where you are. You need to get a little bit closer to read them, but you can read them without entering the threshold of the hallway.
Okay. I think Seal would be curious to read them, but I don't know.
Okay. It'll take you a few minutes. It is written in that old Semnian as well. You sit there for a moment to read it over, and it's very roughly translates, as far as you can tell, to something like Hall of Merit or Hall of Accomplishment, something like that. Maybe even it's closer to an accomplishment between, or closer to a cross between accomplishment, merit, and even requital. Almost like accomplishment in service of, or something like that. And based on where you are, actually, you could see... Let me check my notes. Yes, you could see the very first from this angle, getting close enough to read the plaque. Whatever this colorful surface is on the wall, it's almost like it's within a frame set in the wall. It is stained glass that clearly depicts something, though that you would need to get closer to make it out.
I want to see.
You're
I'm
in?
curious.
Anyone have other
You're gonna move
ideas?
forward?
I will use my Wand of Secrets again.
Okay. And what's the range on it?
60 feet.
Okay. You can, the range extends past this first one that you can see. No traps, no secret doors, nothing.
Okay.
Push comes to shove, we can always send Scoot in as a raven or in his imp self as well.
Well, which will it be? Who's going or not going?
I think we should go.
Yeah, I think we should go. I'm
Yeah.
curious. I want to know
Me too.
things. I want lore. Give me lore.
You
Sweet. We don't
step
have
through, begin to walk up. And when you get close enough to the first one, you can now see that there's a number of these that are still intact. About which side? I labeled them specifically. About 4 on the right side, very spread out, and about 8 on the other. You can see that, or 8. I misread my numbers. About 3 on the left side, about 4 on the right side. My bad. The 3 on the left seem to be very far near the back of the hall, and you can see the pattern of glass shattered on the ground as though, and on the other side, the 4 are like unevenly spread out. So it looks like an indeterminate number of these might have been destroyed or shattered. And that on the, like I said, on the right side of the wall, most of them till the back gone, and on the left they're kind of sporadically missing. But there's a total of 7 intact. And as you go up to the first one, starting on the side with 4, those are the ones that have any closer to you, there is a plaque underneath, written in this old Zemnian and another language as well. The old Zemnian, giving it a moment, reads Denarius Row. I'll type that name out for you here. It depicts the stained glass, a human, pale skin, youthful and very regal in appearance, with a kind of, if you could picture what I'd call a ornate medieval bomber jacket set over a
Yes.
very fine kind of piece of clothing beneath, more similar to fine clothing you'd be familiar with. And similarly, a very fine medieval aviator's cap on top, with tufts of black hair sticking out from underneath. And they are kind of like stood like very formally and like with their head, like their hand above their head, as though they're like looking up to the sky.
Why is this the coolest person I've ever seen?
And how close do you guys get to it?
Close enough to be able to see it, right? Most of us
Yeah.
have, like, not dark vision, so...
Fair. Okay.
Yeah.
And I would like to read the other part of it that's not in
Language.
Zemnian. I have to touch it though, so I'd have to get close enough to touch it.
So 2 things happen. First, when you touch it, you sense the language. It says the same thing, Denarius Row. This is written in Aeorian underneath.
Oh.
And as you do, you see the figure sets a hand down and looks at you in the glass. And kind of almost like it's waiting for you to ask it something. It just kind of sits there looking at you. Like it moves its hand from this to just like, and it looks down at you when you get within that 5-foot threshold.
Oh, that's scary. Are you Daenerys Rowe?
I am Daenerys Rowe.
Oh my gosh!
I showed the people of Shattengrod and the world the power of Broomstone to lift us beyond our means to a higher purpose. And then it shifts back into the original pose, looking up at the sky.
Holy shit. What the
Museum.
fuck?
If anyone wants
Yes.
to, history or arcana check to recognize
Yeah.
what Broomstone is.
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
History.
I'm not good at either of
have a
these,
plus-
but I'm gonna try.
Can I have Scoot give me advantage?
No.
11. Actually, no, 12. I can
We're-
do math.
Dirty
That was a-
20.
That was a dog shit roll. 16. That was a 2.
Seal?
I got a 3.
Okay, Hux, you're the only one. You recognize, you remember. Broomstone's the stuff they use to make skyships fly.
Yeah, I thought I remembered that. I couldn't remember if I learned that in this campaign or another one.
I can't
though.
remember if you did either, so that's why I called for another roll for it. I don't remember.
Yay!
What the heck?
Oh, look, this is the Broomstone guy. This is the guy that he makes he makes skyships fly. So, look at this guy. Did you see that he moved?
All of you would have seen it move, and you would have heard it speak because it would have echoed through this dead silent space.
What fascinating magic.
Jeez.
And the interesting thing, those of you who speak Zemnian would have heard a broken form of Old Zemnian when it spoke, but the rest of you heard Common.
Oh.
Oh.
It has tongues.
Can I see if Nimra would recognize the spell, or at least recognize the mechanics of the spell?
You
You can say no.
Make an Arcana check, sure.
Okay. Hopefully I'll roll better than a 2.
Can it answer anything?
I rolled better than a 2. 18 total.
No idea.
It's 4.
Maybe.
Getting all the bad rolls out now, I guess.
I'm gonna like hop out of range of it and then like hop back in.
And it will again.
There's more than one of these things, right?
There's 7
I wanna go to the
total,
next one.
including this one. Okay. The next one depicts, still on the right side, a dragonborn, white to bluish scales, very opulent and with a very haughty expression, dressed in very, very, very high collared robes that come like up past, like that. The collar of the robe matches the wide crests of its head that goes out as well. And the robes kind of match the sort of gradient pattern of its scales. And it is posed kind of just like with its hands, like kind of looking forward with its hands with its fingers tented. And if you get within the range, you do see again Old Zemnian and what you now know to be Aeorian text on the bottom, though you can't read that. And when you do, it's sort of like it moves barely, and you see its eyes just kind of look down to you.
Ooh. Hello? Who are you?
I am Kyrium Arcanus. I brought light to the dark by building the Zorba's work, the greatest source of arcane power in Exandria. I'll type the name, I'll type the thing he mentioned.
This is like the Hall of Presidents, but
Spelled
better.
it right.
Nice, good job. +1 to your next attack roll from spelling it right.
Fuck, I'll never get one.
I didn't spell
Huxley,
the
do
name
you ask another question?
Yeah. Where did you get your jacket?
It repeats the exact same thing it said before.
All right. They've got that. That makes sense. That makes sense. All right. It's still really cool.
It is still really cool.
Very cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you were right, Nimra.
I go to the next one.
Who's following with Mal, or is Mal running off by themselves?
I feel like I'm gonna run off to another one too.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like we're just going up and down the hallway.
Figure it
Okay,
all out.
then I'll just do them in order. As you approach the third, there is a gnome, soft brown skin and the kind of familiar tall troll doll hair that kind of comes straight up from the top, and very kind of outfit covered in dangling tools. And again, this is all stained glass, so it's always a little fancy looking, kind of fancies them up a bit. And this one is kind of depicted hammer in hand, and like what looks almost like a mask in their other hand, like about to strike it. And when you approach, it sort of sets the tool down and looks to you.
Hello.
It doesn't say anything.
Oh, who are you?
My name is Lucius Delamar. I brought the labor power of the automaton to Shattengrod.
I was so close to spelling that right.
Me
One
too.
letter off.
Mm.
And we'll say, Seal, you move up to the next one.
Mhm.
And here you see a human, by the looks of it. Dark brown skin. The face of a man who is wealthy and knows it. Dressed in this red and gold outfit, very elaborate, with a, you know, those like shoulder capes that hook on, like, with a big kind of, I don't know what to call it, not a button, but like a thing, like a piece of metal that hooks it into place,
Like a
draped over
brooch?
the back of his shoulder. Maybe it's very large though, like it's like the size of my hand, kind of here, and
Clasp?
holds the cape in place. A clasp, maybe, with braided hair that comes down over his shoulder, gold beads in them, a beard, goatee, and pointed beard at the front with a gold ring in it, and a red and gold beret on top. Yeah, speak to it though.
Not
But
good.
when you do come up, they're kind of like very, very still and straight, like kind of one hand in their coat pocket, the other on their chest, and they sort of move both hands into their pockets and look down to you when you approach.
Who are you?
I am Nidus Okiro. I brought the wonders of the golden scythe to Shattengrod. And then it back to the same pose again. Oh wait, sorry, missed one little line. It says that, and then as it shifts, it goes to shift back into pose, then it stops. Incredible power plant, by the way. And then tucks the hand away. Back into the same pose. And now,
spelling?
type that out. As
Oh
you,
yeah, I got nowhere near close to that. Okay.
Oh, I was so close.
Nim, are you also approaching them as well?
I'd say they might be. They're probably gonna be curious enough fascinated with this magic.
You catch up to now on the left side where there's only 3. A male elf, soft white skin, long black hair, beautiful, regal in appearance. Their face half concealed by a mask. And dressed in very clearly fine academic robes. They are also sort of hands crossed, kind of at their chest, and when you approach, they look down and they kind of give you a nod as you approach.
State your name and contribution, if you please.
Makes so much sense.
Yeah.
I am Loris of the Weaver's Mask. I brought a hint of the secrets of the Librarium Incantatum to Shattengrod.
The Librarium Incantatum. I actually spelled that one right. Finally.
No last name, so it was easy.
Yep.
I still completely misspelled it.
Hux, you come up to the second to last one. You see a human, kind of a shifty and yet confident expression. A thin, like kind of pencil beard. A very lightly tanned skin, almost. Dressed with a wide-brimmed hat, colored in deep bluish purple, and similar robes with large shoulder pads that curl up. And you see they are posed kind of like this, like in thought, looking out at the horizon. And when you come up, they almost look surprised to see you, and they just...
Oh, and who are you?
I am Clemaine Astural. I showed the world lost truths and ancient secrets of the origins of Exandria. The truths that birthed us. The truths that birthed us before even the gods had arrived.
Guys!
She said the thing. She said the thing.
It's the guy!
Clemaine mentioned!
Astral jump scare.
Could you describe him one more time? I got stuck on the hat, and then my mind was just like, he's a human, right? With like a thin pencil mustache.
A pencil beard that it does go all the way around, very lightly tanned skin, a shifty and confident expression, a wide-brimmed bluish-purple hat with similar robes that have large shoulder pads that come and curl up and inwards on either side.
So he looks like the most wizardly looking wizard
So far,
I've ever seen.
probably,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish we could talk to them. This would make so much of our.
I was evil the whole time. Here are my secrets.
Tell me what
No.
what is in your book.
We've never... With some of the questions that we've inquired, they might be programmed to answer certain things. It wouldn't hurt to see if they can add some more than just, who are you?
There is one more. Do any of you check on that one before continuing, or do you stick here to Esterol for a bit first?
I'll check on that one.
Okay. As you approach, there is an unfamiliar appearance. They look mostly human, though their skin is grayish, and lined with what look like scars of light. Those of you who were talking about it earlier, her name slips my mind. The Aasimar in BG3, very similar grayish skin and the light throughout the skin.
Damalin.
Thank you. Okay. with light blonde hair up in a bun and stunningly beautiful and dressed in fine clothes, but it's very relatively simple compared to the like kind of decorativeness, opulence of some of the other figures in this hall. It's relatively simple. It's kind of like buttoned, closed, and is a sort of white and gold colored outfit. And they sort of sit there with their hands clasped together, kind of looking forward. And when you approach, their hands move from this posture to kind of interlace the fingers, and then look down at you.
Who are you?
My name is Zorus Quenvir. I challenged the status quo, besting even my master's grand lost truths, and brought the power of the core jewel to the world.
I did everything but the apostrophe.
All
That counts.
wrong.
I got everything but the X.
I was so surprised. I'm like, oh, this universe, Matt Mercer loves adding an X for a Z sound. And I keep mistaking the two, like, Shorehas.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a SZ sound, almost.
Mm-hmm.
But it's an X. Finally.
I'll post each of their quotes. I just have this section here. I can just copy and paste this whole little bullet point section. I said everything that is in this? Yes, okay. So I'll just copy and paste this. It also briefly, roughly mentions their quotes, so you can note down anything from those as well.
I will go back to, or I guess I stayed at Clemaine. We're gonna play some hopscotch, and I'm going to see if I can. I'm just going to start asking different questions. Like I'll ask about. Oh, what did he say? He was really vague about his whatchamacallit. I'm like, I'll ask him what kind of truths. Do you have specifics?
It repeats the same thing.
Okay. It might not, unless there's something really specific that you gotta ask it. I like your beard.
Thing.
Alright, maybe not. I like the hat too. I'm sure he doesn't care.
The core jewel, did that have anything to do with the whole jewel crystal ships thing that we did like 5 billion years ago, real time?
No.
Okay. Just double checking. Those were radiant jewels, that's right.
Anyone know what the core jewel is?
Do we?
Can we make a check to see if somebody might know what that is?
I guess there's a bunch of things we don't really know much about from these
DM
people.
is loading.
Yeah, DM is typing.
We should do loading screen tips or something.
I have a module that's supposed to do that whenever I pause, and I keep forgetting to in the tips or whatever. So
Do we think that we should... I don't know, is there more to learn about Astral here, or do we think it's just a coincidence? Or means nothing now because it's all ruins?
I mean, there may be some remnant of him here. If he's in the Hall of Fame, then Maybe they kept some of his other writings here?
At this point, at the end of the hall, also, just before your spell fades, you sense the direction as you've moved down has kind of shifted more horizontally from the end of the hall rather than continuing to go further back.
Excuse me, let me recast this spell quickly. Or do we have any other things to discuss in this vicinity, or are we good to continue?
So the was there the shattered glass was here or was that elsewhere? Or is there shattered glass here?
It's all
Do-
throughout. It clearly implies that there were others of these frames
Yeah.
here that are missing.
Okay.
Are there more plaques?
How many?
If you spend some time here and give me an investigation check, you might be able to get a sense.
Does it look?
Yeah, okay.
Does it look like it's just glass that has been shattered, or are the plaques?
It's the kind of gold lace of the plaques. You can see bits of it on the floor as well,
Okay.
and in some places, chunks of the wall torn out as well.
Do we want an investigation? Do we care?
Yeah. 25.
How long are you willing to spend here looking this over?
I don't know, like a couple of minutes. Not longer than like 5 minutes.
You get the sense that there could be like maybe at least a dozen more, give or take a couple.
So this is like a museum or something, right?
Kind of like a trophy case, almost displaying accomplishments.
It wouldn't be out of the question.
Wait. My bad. There's one more thing. It was separate from that wall of text, so I missed it. It's at the bottom. There is, under each image that is still intact, part of essentially a separate thin little plaque beneath. Also written in this Old Semnian and then in the Aeorian. So with Hux you could translate either, but all of them from front to back, I'll read what each says, assuming you'd go through each one. The first one just says Avalier. The one under Row. The one under Curium Arcanus says Valeria. I'll type these out. The one under Lucius Delamar also says Valeria. The one under Loris of the Weaver's Mask says Avalier. The one under Astural says Retis, Guessar. And the one under Zorus says Shattengrod. And where others are broken, you find 3 more of these thin little plaques that seem intact. And you find one that says... or sorry, 2 that say Aor. And one that says Lathras.
And Nidus.
Was Avalier.
Avalier.
I'll repeat them one more time. You had under Denarius Rowe, Nidus Okiro, and Loris of the Weaver's Mask says Avalier. Under Curium Arcanus and Lucius Delamar, it says Valeria. Under Estoril, it says Retis, Guisar. And under Zorus, it says Shattengrod. And then you find 2 more without a name or portrait above them that say Aor, and 1 that says Lathras. The rest are not intact. But it's safe enough to assume each of these probably had 1 under it.
All right, are we ready to keep following the trail?
Sure.
Okay.
Can always
The whole
come
time Question's been drawing all these people and making notes on everything that's there. Very quick sketches. And yeah, sorry, you were saying, were you going to say something else? Go ahead.
back. We can always come back if we find the book or need more answers or something.
Do you immediately re-up the locate object, Nim? Okay.
Not until we plan on leaving this vicinity.
Okay. So you'll continue further in. And now the halls kind of spider out. And there is a large central staircase that goes up. And every floor it stops and kind of spokes out a couple walkways.
Just confirming that
Mhm.
we did end up leaving, right? So yes to casting it.
Oh, yeah, you have left the hall with these portraits.
Just making
You
sure.
cast it. And get the vague sense of direction. You follow down and sense it upwards, higher up in the structure.
The location of the book from Questions Dreams is getting closer. Feels like it's above us, higher up in the cathedral.
Following its trail still, you move up the steps, kind of vaguely getting the direction. You move deeper in, stopping on the second, feeling it shift, moving back, going to the third. On the 4th floor, the stairs no longer go up, and it's kind of torn apart, and you can see not far further higher the open air now, as the roof is missing. And you keep following, and then the spell fades.
Is it the spell fade because it's been 10 minutes, or the spell
minutes.
fade because... Okay. Did it get close enough to where Nimra could accurately feel?
No,
Okay.
not yet.
We're getting closer. I have a couple of more casts of this in my person, but we should probably try to find this quickly.
As Nimra uses their last 2nd level spell slot to cast it again.
Okay. You can keep searching. Now, go ahead and give me, Nim, an investigation check with advantage.
13 or natural 20. Okay. 29?
You move deeper in now, sort of back the way you came, but a couple floors up, navigating around the structure, following it as precisely as you can. And just before it fades, you get a precise location, and you lose it, but you sensed it there is essentially up ahead, right around the corner, there are here 4 rooms on either side of this little divot. And it was in, you had it for a second, it was in back corner, back right, in that room is where you picked it up, just before that faded.
Nimra will use, because I believe it can be upcast, it just has no benefit to being upcast. So Nimra is going to expend a 3rd level spell slot to cast it and get that exact location up again.
Okay.
And immediately start heading towards it. I feel it. It's close. Follow behind quickly.
Everyone following along. You step through these shattered remnants of a doorway into what vaguely resembles maybe a small office space. There was a window shattered, part of the wall shattered. This essentially, very hard to describe here. Here, I'll draw freehand a little bit on the battle map that I left open. The structure here, right? I want you to picture the office space you're in is kind of here, right? So there's another one here, another one here, and another one here in this wall. You went in here. And the wall, the outer wall kind of curves up. So the shape of the office kind of curves up. And this whole section is like smashed out. It's just destroyed. And you can see out into the streets around. And there is stone shelving broken to pieces. Most of the structure here seems to be built of stone and metallic parts, fine materials, black stone. And you get the ping to the shelf, though it's flat. There's nothing there, but it's behind in the shelf. It's very clearly a secret compartment on this thing. And using the same natural 20, you can find, piece together, and pop open. And within, you slide out a small stone panel where you find the book and another much smaller little, like pocket-sized little book as well.
And Nimra pulls up, shows the book to the party, and shows the little pocket book to the party. Can I cast Detect Magic on them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are they magical at all?
The big one is, the small one is not.
Okay.
And you also sense another ping of abjuration magic beneath the desk.
Ooh. Okay.
It's very, very faint, but it's there. And I'm talking like the floorboards beneath the desk, not like under the bottom of the desk, like on the ground under where the desk is.
Oh man, how much do you guys want to bet that this is a glyph of warding under the desk? I'm willing to take that as a bet.
If Nimra says something, I can do a little check.
Yeah. First, they are going to speak to question. This is the book you drew, correct?
That's it. That's it. Yes, that's it.
And I feel one other magical object in this vicinity now that I have the sense up currently. I feel a twinge of abjuration magic underneath the desk. Should we need to, I might be able to dispel it if there's any means or necessary.
Should we look through these first?
That's why we're here, right?
I'd like to know what's in this book.
Are we nervous about that other magic?
I will use my second slot for Wand of Secrets.
There is no trap.
Okay.
It is a secret door rather than a trap.
Oh!
Door.
Whoa!
All the secrets, my dopamine.
Lord!
It's itching my brain just correctly.
It seems like it's a door, so maybe we check this first and then see where that goes.
Yeah, we.
Nim, can you identify stuff?
Not magically, at least. I can rack my head, perhaps, see if I might remember. But I can only detect and dispel magics in the surrounding area.
Identify would have been a good spell to take on them.
So, what's first? You've got the book, which, like the art I showed you, is locked with these chains and locks on it. You have the small little book, which isn't locked. It's just a little pocket book.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got the secret door with the Abjuration over it. How are we approaching this?
Maybe the pocket book first, because it may describe what the big scary book is.
Okay. You can open it up. It's written in strange text that you quickly realize from downstairs this is written in Aeorian. So, Hux, you put your hand to it. The very first page, this is a diary. And it belongs to Zorus, the name you just saw downstairs. You find his name on the front, on the inside, in full, Zorus Quinvir. And you turn to the first page, and the first line, I'm writing this in Aeorian because he could never be bothered to learn Aeorian, and he can mind his own fucking business.
I'm going to read this out loud as well, as I'm reading it.
And you can sit there and take time, but it's long. Give you the spark notes, assuming you maybe skim through it and catch parts of it.
Yeah.
These are pages. The beginning is notes on his apprenticeship under Clemaine Astural, which, as you progress, this apprenticeship, he looked up to him. He was in awe of his ability, of his work, and it became a bit of a feud, a rivalry instead, in secret to him, because the two discovered what is described by Zorus here as a powerful relic of possibility. And Astural took credit for the discovery. From that point forward, there is a clear animosity in any mention of Astural and a growing distance between the teacher and the pupil. The growing distance that Astural gave to Zorus as he began writing his stupid scrolls. And the betrayal he felt when Astural presented the findings, parts of his findings he doesn't know, of whatever he was writing in the scrolls, to the world without him. The man who had been his pupil and his partner in everything up until this point. Mentions of ever since he picked me up, saved me, and now he leaves me to rot. Then the notes detail the discovery of what he calls the core jewel. Deep below the earth. Something with immense magical potential. How he planned to bring it home to Shattengrod, and the next time Kyrium came through town, to pitch a plan to implement it into the Zauber's work. Which, coming to mind, I should mention because of the way your magic works, that would roughly translate as like arcane engine, arcane power plant, something like that. Zauber's work. And then it sort of ends with like, well, I could just do it myself. What is Kyrium too good for Shattengrod now? That kind of thing. I can probably figure out how to do it myself. I just need to get approval. And then there's a lot of blank pages. And then you see, in clearly shaky handwriting, I don't know how long this will hold. What have I done? And that's it. And then the rest is blank pages.
Question?
Me? Sorry, I was listening to what Huxley was saying.
No,
That story.
it's quite all right. It was riveting. Can you please take out your sketches?
Yes.
You saw a jewel underneath the ground, correct?
Yes. This one. It's the last of the 3 things I was dreaming about. And she flips to it, and it's the color spec geode deep, deep underneath the structure of a city built into a mountain. Oh, I see what you're thinking. We got it, a lead. Right? Did I see what you're thinking? I don't know, actually. Now you're all quiet. I don't know if I got it.
Do we think that's what the pit is?
That is what I think
Here.
the pit is.
I think you're right.
Well, downstairs it said that he presented the jewel. Maybe there's some more notes about it here or in the other book or somewhere in the... This was like a school kind of place, right? They probably kept notes on... If they kept the whole hall of like what these people's accomplishment was, maybe there's something about it somewhere else in the school.
That
I really don't
arcane
like holes.
power
I'm just saying it
plant
might be worth looking around.
that you were mentioning, Huxley. Was there a specified location of this power plant? Because that is where we were inclined to think from the journal entries that the jewel was positioned.
I don't think it said exactly where, but I'm concerned that maybe that's what we heard the other night.
Probably.
What do you mean what you heard the other night? Above table, you guys didn't speak to the party about this. Not once. Any of these
Listen,
nights.
Sima would always tell the group what she heard over in the Night Watch. The Night Watch is important safety information. It's always assumed that the person before tells you, but that's just my way of playing.
No, there was a thrumming. Very distant, but it sounded almost... It sounded intentional, mechanical, not natural.
What do we think the Cerberus Assembly is investigating?
If I had to hazard a guess, it would probably be this Zauber's work. That seems like something powerful mages would want to poke and prod at.
An arcane battery.
And if I was going to build a power plant for a flying city, I would probably put it at the bottom.
Why does it matter
I
if
do
they
think-
want it? Why should we care about them?
And I don't think that, at least I think based on the plaques downstairs, the Zabra's work was built before he found this jewel, because the guy who made it was pretty far down the line. I mean, unless they were all put up at the same time. I feel like they were put up in order. I don't know, actually. Thinking about it, I realize I don't know that, but they're two different, distinct things. And then in the book, he was saying he needed to wait for Kyrium to come by to pitch it.
But then it said he decided not to wait and to just
Right,
go
to
with
do
the
it
flow.
himself. But I'm saying, like, I think the Zabra's work was already built, and then he wanted to, like, add it to it.
Yeah.
Because it seems like this Kyrium guy built it well before any of this.
I do hope you realize that this now leads our only lead underground into the hole.
I think we all knew.
Why?
There is still that crane. I mean, the one other odd structure that we can investigate.
Yeah. Probably worth a look. We should, well, let's slow down. Do we want to deal with this book and whatever the fuck is in the floor right now?
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, we've got that, and then we've got a whole ass Arcanium, our Arcanist's Tower school to maybe look around at.
Okay.
Why
Shall
would the
we... Oh,
Why would the
please continue,
Zabra's
Savannah.
work be underground? Unless that was part of the whole Calamity ruins. Because we know that the jewel was underground, but nothing was specified about this thing being there.
But also, he said he got the jewel underground. He took it out from the ground because he brought it here.
But then why
So it's not in the ground
there-
anymore, theoretically.
But why is the ground glowing? It doesn't connect.
I mean, they might not be related. We don't know. We don't really have a lot of answers right now. That's what I'm saying. Maybe, like, let's deal with this, and then maybe let's poke around in this place more and see if there's any more answers we can find here. And then, either way, we can decide if we have to go in the hole in the ground or not.
Right.
All indications lead towards the hole in the ground at this point. But it would be prudent to exhaust all of our search before traversing dangerous territories such as that. So, you said there was a secret door? Mal?
Yeah. Ruby, did you say it was under the desk?
Yeah, you'd have to push the desk out of the way.
Yeah, I will go and move the desk.
With enough considered effort, you can push it, grind it against the floor, and your wand indicates the trace of a small, maybe 6.5 by 3 foot kind of secret door, and that's where the abjuration magic kind of sits on.
Here. Does the door have any obvious latch or handle?
Not that you can see, no. I got a big strawberry.
Oh.
Ooh, that looks delicious.
Looks delicious.
It's huge.
Oh, it looks really
Is it good?
Oh, that looks juicy.
Very good.
Strawberries appear terrible this time of year. I'm so jealous.
I guess we could try to dispel magic and see. I could do it since you've used a lot of spell slots, Nimra.
It's no matter. A good night's rest, that will be quite all right. It's no issue. You have... Your source of magic is more easily replenished, but smaller than my own. I would rather you used yours for more important.
Oh, but you got
source of
stamina.
magic is it's comparable.
Nimra with their 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 spell slots.
I mean, the length isn't always important. Like, it's...
It's about how long you can last, how you use it, yeah.
Exactly. It's some versatility and all sorts of...
Ability,
I'm casting...
capability.
I'm afraid I don't understand. Is this a metaphor for something specific?
No.
No, that's not. It's not
Yes,
even my magic.
definitely it is.
I'm not
I'm-
compensating for anything.
I'm receiving conflicting information. Perhaps this is something I should read up and study upon.
Yes, I think that's a wonderful idea, Nimra.
I don't think that is a wonderful idea, but...
I cast spell magic.
Okay. At what level?
It has to be at 5th level because it's the only spell slot I have.
Okay.
Huxley's got to use his spell slots for more important things, like combat.
Huxley doesn't have good spells to use for other things.
Okay. Make an ability check using your spellcasting ability.
Okay, which one of you is going to work? Use this one. Nope, that's a 13. Actually, no, wait, I think I can use my thingy. 1 second. How does it... where are you? Class features. No! Dark expanded. What is it called? No! Why are you like this? Dark ones. You can add... Yeah, I can add a d10 to it.
Okay.
I'm going to use my dark one's luck, because I rolled a 9 plus a 4, which is a 13. And I can do better than that with the d10. I'll use my rose dice. Boop. Ah, nope, I rolled a 15.
It's gone.
Oh, yeah. That's what I like to hear.
And knowing where it was, the spell dispelled, you no longer sense the magic. It would take a little time, but you could move this. Give me an athletics check, please. Anyone. With advantage, presumably, because someone's helping, but...
I'll do it.
It's either going to be Rick or Seal.
Alright.
Seal, 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 seal.
I can do math. 28.
Yeah.
You drag it out of place. Down next to you with this 4, maybe 5-inch thick chunk stone slab out. Dust kicks up. And inside there is a skeleton. Old, ancient, brittle, nearly falling apart, but intact enough to recognize it as a humanoid skeleton.
Is there anything... Oh, continue.
I think we were going to ask the same question.
If there's anything noticeable or discernible on its features.
Yeah, or any lingering clothing or burial goods.
Mm-hmm.
there's nothing here with it. It is kind of like this
Ooh.
in its posture. And like it would be curled up in a ball if it could curl into a ball, but this is too narrow a space. And there are very, very loose rags, white and gold, deeply sullied. Filthy, but it's enough to tell those were its original colors, roughly.
Were any of the portraits wearing white and gold?
Zorus.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Did Asterol just bury his pupil alive? Or like, was this was he hiding in here? I can't imagine you would this.
Mal, can you do that talking to dead bodies thing?
No.
Fuck. Do you know how that works? What if we just take the skeleton and ask it later?
Hang on. If we camp here for the night, I can probably rearrange my spells and try tomorrow, but not today.
Okay, worth considering. Wait, one step at a time. The book. The fucking book. The thing we're fucking here for. The book. What about the book?
It's locked.
Oh, I was gonna ask, does it look like there's a keyhole in it, or is it magically locked?
There's 2 keyholes in each lock. I mean, I could probably break those off. They're very small locks.
Yeah, what all you have to do is pinch it, right?
No, watch. He wraps his hand around one and just squeezes real tight.
Oh.
Natural 20! He fucking shatters it. See?
Nice. Good.
Let me do it again. Now watch me do it again.
What if we want it to be locked up?
Natural 1! Alright. Ow, alright, that one hurts a bit more.
Do we want to try?
I got one of them though.
I can try to pick the other.
At least one lock, just in case it should be locked up.
I'll pull out my.
That is a good point. Sorry. I didn't think he would do that.
Forgive me, I'm not practiced in magically locking and unlocking devices.
But Mal, you can go ahead and try to pick it.
Yeah, awesome.
Pick it.
Oh, also, I guess I kind of have to mention from earlier from your detect magic, where the slot where the book was, or no, did you do it before or after you got the book out?
After that.
Okay, so you would have sensed from the book, oh my god, abjuration, evocation, necromancy, enchantment, transmutation, divination.
I can't do that fast.
You would have sensed effectively every single spell school from the book.
Would I be able to put 2 and 2 together and realize this was probably a spell book?
Probably. Mal, go ahead and give me a sleight of hand.
Okay. That is a 26.
Yeah.
And it was a shit ass roll.
Click. Comes off.
I toss it up and catch it once. See, and I didn't even hurt my hand.
You can, who wants to, if anyone, open it up, look through it, or no?
I'll open it.
Yeah.
The pages are gilded, vellum pages. Most of the book is blank, but with each other's help, reading and translating, you find all of the following spells written on its pages. There's a lot. Alarm. Anti-magic field. Bigby's hand. Blight. Charm person. Confusion. Control weather. Create undead. Detect thoughts. Enlarge reduce. Fear. Foresight. Gaseous form. Glyph of warding. Legend lore. Tiny hut. Mass suggestion. Mislead. Misty step. Faithful hound. Oh, wait. Liamon's tiny hut and Mordenkainen's faithful hound. Prismatic spray. Ray of enfeeblement. Silent image. Teleport. And thunderwave.
I gave up writing these down around create undead because I could not write as fast as you were speaking.
I did it.
My wrist
There you go.
started to hurt.
It looks horrible, but I wrote
Thank
them.
you.
And these are all written in, or some of them early on in the book are written in this old Zemnian, and then it starts getting written in Aeorian instead.
Okay.
So Nimmer wouldn't be able to use any of the spells, essentially, unless they copy it into their own grimoire.
You could, theoretically, you could, copy it back into the same one in a different language with Huxley's help.
Yeah, but doesn't that cost, gold and time to do? So. Womp
Well, I
womp.
feel like, I don't know. Need to identify it first.
Yeah. Which they don't have. And you know what's funny?
Well,
Neither does the spell book.
Can't I attune to it? Figure it out. Or you can do it if you want. I'm not really arcanely gifted, so...
Question, are you able to cast magics?
Yes, a little bit.
Would you like to try attuning to this that you saw in your dreams?
Oh, gosh. Sure. Yeah, sure. I can try.
That's probably the smarter idea.
Shall take it. Are we going to stay here a while? At least an hour?
What time does Nimmer know it to be?
Based on when you started, maybe noon?
It's 12:03. We have quite a long day ahead of us.
I just love the idea of Nimra just thinking to themselves in that they probably have a clock just running in the back of their head constantly as a subconscious thought. And they have no need for a pocket watch or nothing. They are the pocket watch. At least Melancholy thinks so.
If we rest and then move on, we'll have to come back if we want to try to see what's up with this poor guy.
Wait, Nimra, don't you have a bag of holding? Just shove him in the bag.
You are not wrong. You are correct in remembering that they do indeed have a bag of holding.
I'm just She like fishes the pendant out of her like shirt. I'm sorry, it's necessary. She puts it back. Just put it in there. I don't know, maybe just the head. That's the part that talks, right?
I mean,
Yours?
do
can
we
bring it
think
back.
that we are going to be exploring other places other than the Arcanium today?
I don't think we should go
Or-
anywhere without more answers. Personally.
Yeah, so maybe we just spend the rest of our day exploring
Here.
here,
Yeah.
this area, and then come back to this room or somewhere nearby at night to camp out.
Sure.
And
I-
attune. Rather than attuning, let me put this into my bag of holding instead. And Nimmer
Well,
will
no,
take the.
If we're going to stay here, why don't some of you look around while I stay here and attune to it? You get an hour looking around, and then when you come back, you found stuff or you didn't, and I know what the book is. I'm sorry, I got really excited when you said I could do it. I want to do it right now.
I'm amenable to the suggestion. Are there any objections?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't mind staying here with question. I wanted to poke around that desk anyway and see if there was anything interesting in it, so.
My concern is more in the long run, we assume that this is a powerful artifact that people may want. And don't want to put you in danger. Question.
I mean, I can break the attunement if we want. It's just to see what it is, how it works. I can do it and then break it.
Shall we? If we are to be exploring and leaving question behind, shall we instead have Rick stay behind?
I'll stay with her.
Perhaps.
I can keep her company. You all can look around. I can't see very well in the dark anyway. So,
Celiana, if you would like, do you think that you would also prefer to hang back and protect question?
I want to do everything, I don't know. I
I
trust
mean,
Rick.
look, if you're worried, I can stick with her. The two of us can stay here as two very strong, physically capable people in front of the little marshmallow, and the rest of you can dig around. And that way you have buddies, 2 and 2.
Sure.
Yeah, that seems smart.
Yeah.
And we'll settle in, sit down, get ready for this, and proceed. We'll do it in 2. Question will sit and begin to attune to the book. Everyone else, pick a partner, or if you want to be in one big group, we're going to be doing investigation checks.
Are we splitting up? Or are we staying
Come
together?
on, gang, split up. Girls with me.
Wait.
That's
Or does that mean
everyone
me
but
and
myself.
Nimmer get to go together?
Yeah.
Who's Fred and who is the dog?
I think we're forgetting Shaggy too.
Mhm.
He's basically a dog.
Do we call this a boys' club? Is that the correct?
Yes! From the room.
Noted.
Oh. I'm not the right person to ask.
Anyways, who's pairing up with who? If at all. Or you guys can go individually or in a group of 4. Or 3 and 1, whatever. Just tell me how you're doing.
Yeah, Nimmer will stay with Hux.
Yeah, let's have nerd time.
Okay.
Nerd time.
Seal and Mal, you guys gonna go off together?
Yeah, I guess that's the 2 of us.
Yeah.
Okay. As usual, either 2 normal or 1 with advantage per pair.
I think our investigations are the same, aren't they?
I think so.
Oh,
Plus
no.
9?
Yeah. Or no, mine's +8. You're smarter than me. I'll assist you.
Okay.
I'll
We
give you
make a
guidance
mistake
too.
pairing them together. And then
When what's yours? I have a +7.
I'm a -1.
Oh! I'll roll.
You give yourself guidance
That's
too.
smart.
And you said with a guidance, right?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I'm also gonna guidance myself.
Okay.
That'll be
Advantage and
a
D4.
24.
Okay.
Rolled an 11. And then a 4.
You, Mel?
That is 23 and a 23.
Yeah.
So, couple things in order. I'm going to do the book first, even though it's technically at the end, because it's the simplest to go through. But this would have been the last thing you learn when you all come back to question. Or actually, no. There's other stuff I got to determine first, just in case. Anyway, so as you start searching around, you start going through the place, you split up. Maybe 10, 15 minutes in, everybody give me a constitution check, please. Save, sorry, save. Constitution save.
Save.
That's
That
worse.
includes question, Rick, and melancholy.
19.
Oh. 11.
Question got an 8.
22.
Rick got a fucking 30-something.
A dirty 20, which
Well-
is surprising for me.
Melancholy got a 12. Okay.
Huxley.
Sorry. Okay, 12, 30-something, 8. I heard dirty 20 from Hux. The rest of you I forgot. Nim?
11.
Mal?
19.
Seal?
22.
Okay. Like with all things, I have to say it if it happens. Nim, you just failed. Which means question also fails. Everyone else... Oh. Yeah, everyone else succeeds. As you start wandering around the place, like I said, about 10, 15 minutes in, those of you who succeeded, you feel a brief wave of nausea kind of hit you. Like it comes and goes real quick. You're like, ooh, ugh. Unsettled, a little uncomfortable. You keep going. Those of you who failed, you feel the same thing, and that nausea, but it lingers, and you are poisoned. So Nimra and Question are poisoned at the moment. As you keep exploring, the nausea does not fade from you, Nim. Question up there like, oh, I don't feel so good. Keep looking around. The rest of you, every 15, 20 minutes, you kind of feel a little sense of nausea. A little acid reflux.
God, I hope this place isn't making me sick.
You do find a good amount of information, and now is when I'm going to go ahead and skip to the end. Assume you read it all, talk with each other, then brought it back, so I can kind of give it all at once, right? First, Question, attuning to the book, discovers it is a vestige of divergence. The Grimoire Infinitus. It is currently dormant, which means it does have stages. You can use the Grimoire as your spellbook, scribe new spells into it as normal, and when you prepare wizard spells using the Grimoire, the number of wizard spells you can have prepared increases by 1.
Ooh.
And it does include all of these spells in it. Oh,
Is it
sorry.
a-
It has an infinite number of pages, is 3 inches thick, 8 inches wide, and 12 inches long.
Nimmer might want to steal that.
Sorry, and it requires attunement by a wizard.
Yeah, Nimmer might want to steal it.
What you would have found in information while looking around you would have found This is spread out between what might have been classes, lecture rooms, study halls, staff rooms, storage rooms, mail rooms, all sorts of different functions that you might be able to piece together based on what's there and as you go around. But to keep it concise, everything you're able to find. The Arcanium functioned as an academic institution that often received visitors from elsewhere in Exandria, who would come and speak for a season or two, as it is described, or present their findings and discoveries here. You learn that Shattengrod was a land-based city, part of it above ground, part of it below. You learn that the large structure, the crane, is called the Heaven's Gate, and it is a docking station for flying cities. The Zauber's work is a power plant that powered the city, and more specifically, whenever the flying city of Zemniaz would dock here, it would recharge it effectively. It does not make note of doing so with any other cities. Give you a minute to read it out.
Which city
Zemniaz.
did it power?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me see here. You learn of another major site in the city, the Terranth Speculat. Type it out.
TY.
Roughly translated as Earth to Air Observatory from Old Zemnian, which monitored the locations of every flying city. You learn of class divisions in Shattengrod between the upper and lower city. The lower districts, as they're called, was the living area of the working poor, the ones who manned various factories, and particularly the Zauber's work, which is in the city, which was in the underground portion of the city. You learn similarly the skyward districts were above ground, named as much because they reached skyward. You find brief mention of all the names you saw in the hall. Here, there, things that they discovered. And you find notices of dismissal for staff, one of which includes, the only name that stands out to you, a notice of dismissal for Zorus.
Does it state a cause?
After he attempted to illegally tamper with the Zauber's work,
I
on which he was to be exiled from the city, and his artifact was to be sent to Zagenstar for safekeeping.
Ooh.
Which is described as a dwarven city far to the east. And the final thing you would have found, very difficult, but you got a very good roll on it. You would have found this as like a loose slip of paper that got stuck under something in such a way that it was able to be preserved just barely enough to be legible, kind of thing, like one or two in the whole structure. Evacuation notices. And you can clearly tell when examining these that they were the only reason it's preserved in such a way is because this was arcane. This was clearly like magically made, maybe, or magically dispersed, or something like that, such that it is still capable to be understood.
Are they dated?
It would be in the pre-divergence dating scheme.
Is the note of dismissal dated?
Based on what it would be 2 days before the evacuation notice.
Cool.
Huh.
And in collecting all this information, as you return back to questions, she explains what she finds from the book. And you go over all this information with each other. Everybody give me a constitution save again. Nimra and question with disadvantage.
This is for
Are we by
poison.
Rick?
Yeah.
Are we back in the area, or are we by Rick, or no?
Plus 4 to it, yes.
Is this
Rick, help.
Is this for poison? I get a
It is a poison effect, yes.
Okay.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
15.
Natural 20.
I rolled a 12 and an
9.
18 on the dice, so that's a 12 plus 5, 17.
Okay.
And Scoot, any poison effects Scoot is already not impacted by, so I have not rolled for him once.
Okay, question failed again. What'd you get, Hux?
9.
Okay. Melancholy succeeds. Rick fucking succeeds. Okay, don't know why I bother. Huxley, you have the poisoned condition. The nausea now sticks to you. And question immediately throws up.
Question?
I don't feel very good.
Yeah, I can tell. Come here, sit down.
She sits.
I'll hand her a water skin so she can rinse her mouth.
Yeah, she'll wash it out as much as she can. And she kind of clutches her stomach. This is getting a lot worse.
Is it the book?
I don't know. She kind of stops, takes a second to break the attunement, and hands it back to any one of you. And to clarify, she now both has the poison condition and a level of exhaustion.
Oh.
Okay.
And then she stops and she keels over. She throws up again. This is bad. Ugh.
I am concerned that I don't feel terribly great either, so I don't know if it's the book or there may be something wrong with this arcane core, the power plant.
Then
I'm worried that it might have been. I mean, if it was tampered with and it was never fixed, it could literally be a ticking time bomb, or there could be something. It could be corrupt. I don't know how it works, but
if
There's
we
a big
think
hole
the
in the
core
middle.
jewel isn't here anymore, maybe we should just leave.
And there's the big hole in the middle. Maybe it already ticking time bombed.
maybe, or it could be getting ready to do part 2 Electric Boogaloo. Who knows?
I can teleport us out, but we will not return back to Shattengrod.
It's up to you if that is worth the risk.
We got what we came for. if we take Zorus's remains, or we think it's Zorus, we can teleport away, and then we'll still be able to get some answers. But if the core jewel isn't here, then there's no reason to stay.
Do we want to warn the Cerberus Assembly and those who are waiting for us from the Soul with the other expedition? We may have to book it.
We're going to tell Murai. Or tell the others somewhere to tell him.
I think we
Yeah.
should inform someone here, avoid a major tragedy. But at the very least, I do think it would be prudent to get away from this area.
Sure.
I pull a tarp out of my pack to very carefully wrap the remains.
Okay.
And as I do it, I will murmur a little prayer.
You can gather it up and start moving back the way you came, yes?
Yeah.
And start to head out. Question will throw up a couple more times as you start to navigate out and get as far as you can. And attempt to make your way out of the city. That's where we'll call it for tonight. And see just about where we end up and how we handle this next episode, next session. Thank you so much for watching. Good night. I love you. Goodbye. We're done. And we'll be back again.
I'm
Like and
stressed.
subscribe.
For disease. So true. Thank you.